Good morning, everybody. My name is Chell Anderson, and you are at the Residential Energy Code Tag Meeting for the state of Washington. Thank you for being here and for volunteering all your time. You submitted an application probably a few months ago, and the Executive Committee and the Building Code Council approved your applications, and so some of you are primaries and some are alternates. Some of you are very new to this technical advisory group process, so I'm going to spend a bit more detail at the beginning on what that is, what our process is, and then we'll approve the agenda and get into the integrated draft process. So my name is Chell Anderson. I'm chair of the technical advisory group. We have a co-chair as well, and both of us are on the Washington State Building Code Council. There are primaries and alternates for many of the roles. Each of you represent an interest, a group of people that are in the state of Washington that was approved by the Building Code Council. Some of you are primaries and alternates. Anybody who's a primary or alternate can make a motion. Well, if you're the primary and you are in attendance, you can make motions and second motions. If you're the alternate, you only can make motions and second motions if the primary is absent. So if there's a primary and an alternate, the alternate can talk, can speak on issues, but can't vote or make motions while the primary is present. So if you are a primary and you are going to leave for an hour or so, if you want to just unmute and say, "This is Chell Anderson, I'm leaving for an hour," then that will tell staff and your alternate that you are going to be gone. If you don't know if you're a primary or an alternate, you can, why don't you email Krista or me. Krista's the staff person. She does an amazing job. And we can sort that out via email rather than take large group time on it. We use Robert's rules generally. That means that we'll discuss something and then at some point somebody will make a motion to accept it or reject it or to table it. And somebody will need to second that. If it doesn't have a second, then it dies and then somebody else can make a motion. You need, there's a couple of other things, but really this is going to be informal. If you have any questions, just raise your hand and I'll answer your questions. If you have a question that cannot wait because something is happening urgently, you can unmute and say point of order and then say what you want to say. And that's not testifying on something, but that's when you have a process question or a process comment that would change how we're approaching things. And this is going to be really informal, and we're none of us are deep experts on Robert's rules, so don't be embarrassed if you don't understand what is going on. Just ask the question, raise your hand and ask the question. This is virtual, so some of you are on camera. I can see you, and that's great. It's great to see people on camera because often as tag chair, when we were in person, I would see people nodding. I would see people shaking their heads, people grimacing sometimes when something is said, and that tells me when we're getting near a vote or when we should dispense with something, and that helps me.
We lost your audio, Chell.
So, okay, my internet connection is unstable. So raise your hands when you want to speak. That is by doing this. It's under raise hand and lower hand. You can also, if you agree with someone, you can always use a thumbs up. If you want to disagree, you can use an X, but you have to undo the X or else it'll stay up forever, which means you disagree with everything. Okay, so we're going to run this fairly informally. The goals for today, what are we doing today? So there's a long process of creating the 2024 Washington State Residential Energy Code. We're at the very, very beginning of that process. What we're going to do today is called the integrated draft. So you saw a version of that online. And what that is the 2024 model code mashed up with the 2021 Washington State Energy Code. And what staff has done is take those two codes and include the language that is more stringent or better for some reason. So where the base code is the 2021 Washington State Energy Code, and then where the 2024 model code is better or more stringent or just clearer, that language has been ported over and is underlined or is in red in the integrated draft. Our goal today is to create an integrated draft, look at all the edits that staff has suggested based on their knowledge, and go through them, one by one, and approve them or deny them, and get to an integrated draft document. Now, the integrated draft will then go from us to the council. The council will then put it out, and that will be the base document on which code proposals for the 2024 code will be accepted. So we are not trying to make a perfect code today. We are not trying to improve the code to meet statutory guidelines. We are here to mash up those two codes and make a base document so that all the smart people out there can make awesome code proposals in the next while. And in general, what that means is, if we do the integrated draft today, and that's a possibility, then it will go to the council. The council will then put it out for public comment for proposals for 60 or 90 days or however many days the council puts it out for. So as early as next week or the week after that, whenever the council meets next, they could put it out for public for these code proposals. So we're just coming up with a base document today. So we don't need to get into a lot of detail and a lot of things. And I'm going to cut us off if we start veering from the task at hand today. So hopefully you understand the task at hand. We're just making the base document. So are there any questions? And then I guess one other process thing is when we vote, I'm going to try and a voice vote where you say yes or no. Aye and nay sound kind of similar over Zoom. So yes and no. I'll do a voice vote most of the time. If I hear two or more dissenting voices, I'm going to call for a roll call vote. And that means your name will be read off and you'll say yes or no to that. That's just to keep good order and make sure that sometimes when we do voice votes, a vote or two is hard to hear or somebody mutes at the wrong time so they don't go through that. So if there's two or more nay votes, I'll assume that there could be more than two, and I'll call for a roll call vote. So with that, Larry, go ahead. Larry, I don't hear you if you're talking. Larry, I don't hear you. Your hand is up, but I don't.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you now very faintly, yeah.
Okay. I tried to download the tag members and it isn't online. And the commercial codes are online, but not the residential tag members. So I am one of the alternates, and I don't know if my person's there or not. So,
Yep.
Okay.
That's a good question.
If I had a list, I mean, then I could look on, on the pictures and see where everybody, who's here and who isn't,
Yep.
Okay. And then one of the links didn't work again, but then I was able to mess around and came in another way, and then I got it to work. So it's not like it's been in the past. So thanks.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Larry. And I guess that's another thing I should do as an intro is there's a bunch of information on the State Building Code Council website. If you type in sbcc.wa.gov, You will get to that. There are on the right upcoming meetings, and February 27th, you can see the tag meeting is there. If you click on the tag meeting link, you'll see the documents for today, and often we'll have lots of documents, but today is an agenda and then the integrated draft, which I checked them this morning and they both work. There'll also be meeting minutes and some other things at other times. Yeah, Chris is also going to the energy code tag page, which has even more information on the entire process. And if you have questions, you can email Krista or me, and we'll help you navigate the website. There'll be a lot of stuff later, but today was just a couple of simple documents that we're going to go through. Okay, so let's go through a roll call and see who's here. And I guess, Krista, if you can, when you call out the roll, if you could say someone's designation and if they're primary or alternate, maybe that would help.
Well, let's try this.
Okay, that's even better.
And could I also suggest that if we don't hear anything, that Krista, you say something like you're not there or whatever, just in case somebody's accidentally muted.
Sure.
Yep, sounds good.
Okay, Joe Anderson,
I'm here.
Damon Doyle. Are you there, Damon? I don't see him on the list.
Damon's down at IBS for NAHB, so I'm not sure if he'll be on today.
Okay. Julie Blazek.
Here.
And if I butcher your name, please let me know and I'll try to improve.
It's Blazek. Thank you.
Blazek. Okay, thank you. Kim Barker.
I'm here.
Dwayne Johnlin.
Here.
Jason Garrett.
Garud and present.
Thank you. Jonah Kinchy.
I'm here.
Albert Rooks. Are you there, Albert? I don't see you in the list of attendees. Joel Ward.
Here.
Gavin Tenold.
Here.
John Lang.
Here.
Greg Davenport.
Here.
Shailesh Desai. Shailesh, are you here? I don't see you on the list. Irina Resputness.
Here.
Kevin Duell.
Here.
Elizabeth Torsky.
Here.
Poppy Storm. Poppy, you're muted.
I unmuted. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, great. I'm here.
Patrick Hanks.
Here.
Wade Craig.
Here.
Larry Andrews.
Here. Could you email me this list? That would be great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Rick Blumenthal. Rick, are you
Yes,
here?
good morning.
Thank you. Ann Anderson?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me? Yes, I'm here.
We heard you, Rick. Thank you. And we heard you too, Anne.
Thank you.
Tom Balderston?
Yes, good morning. I'm here.
Thank you.
Michael Brazgala?
Here, it's Brazgala.
Shane Nillis?
Here.
Luke Howard?
Present.
Greg Johnson?
Present.
Michael Beanland? Michael Beanland, are you here? Deepa Savarjan?
Here.
And we do have a quorum present.
Great. Thanks, Krista. And thanks everybody for being here. You are all volunteers and your time is really valuable, and everybody appreciates you being here to lend your expertise and your thoughts to what we're doing today. So yeah, thanks for being here. I'll accept a motion to approve the agenda as seen on the screen.
So moved, Greg Johnson.
Dwayne, second.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Is there further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no.
Yeah.
Okay, motion passes. We have an agenda. I guess I also wanted to say one thing is that the way I'm going to run the meetings is both the public and the tag members can speak at any time and raise your hand. If it starts getting really clogged up and we are not making no progress, I'll maybe make some other rules or follow some other rules. But for now, raise your hand if you have something to say, and I will call on you in the order in which you raise your hand. So don't be shy. Okay. I outlined the timeline and the adoption process and expectations. Krista, do you have anything more to say on that?
No, I think we're in good shape so far.
Okay, great. I will say that last year we got through the residential tag integrated draft in a single meeting. So that is the goal today. If we can get through this in one meeting, then we do not have to meet next week. So take that as a challenge to yourself to make sure we go through an expeditious process. Patrick.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring up that I know the integrated draft is the historical process here, but in the official policies procedures in WAC 5104-020, it says that the standing committee is supposed to submit those 3 separate reports to the council: existing amendments, significant changes, and committee proposed changes, which typically comes from the tag. So I just thought as we're going through this, we can identify in particular any existing amendments that we're keeping and then any significant changes in the model code. So that way it's easier for the committee to generate those reports.
Thanks, Patrick. Krista, you typically do that, right?
Well, I rely on the tag somewhat for flagging significant. Some of them I will flag myself as being a significant change from the existing procedure. But yes, it's very helpful if the tag does that.
Okay, so just speak up and say if you think something is significant. All right, Larry.
When are we going to do code proposal changes?
Yeah, so this is the base document on which the council will put out this document once we get done with it for code proposal changes. So when the council meets next, which is
The 21st, I think,
the
of March.
maybe 21st of March. When the council meets on the 21st of March, they're very likely to put this out for 60 days or so to accept code proposal changes for the 2024 codes. Now I'll also introduce another wrinkle, which is that based on the passage of I-2066, the council put out for public code proposals a different window for both residential and commercial energy codes for the 2021 codes. So I don't want to get confused between those things. So there's a window open now for proposals to change the 2021 energy codes based on the passage of I-2066 and any changes necessary. What we're working on today is the 2024 integrated draft, which will later be put out on the 21st of March, probably, for code proposals for the 2024 codes only. Dwayne.
So in answer to Larry's question, probably code change proposals will be due end of May or something like that, and we would start working on them in the summer. Is that right?
Yeah, that's likely.
There's also the other tags for the Group 2 codes are running a little bit behind right now, so it's possible that the council will want to open the window for all of them at the same time, which may delay the process just a little bit, but it's also possible that they'll open energy first and keep it open until the rest of them are ready and close them all at the same time. So at this point, we don't really know what will happen at the council level, but that's our best guess.
Thanks, Krista. Okay. So meeting schedule. So right now, typically we'll meet on Fridays. The reason why we're meeting on a Thursday today is because the commercial energy code tag is meeting on Fridays and has a lot to do in a reasonably short amount of time. So we're meeting Thursday today. If we finish this integrated draft today, we will not meet again until after code proposals are accepted by the council. So that will be summer at the earliest, or late spring at the earliest. We may also meet based on the acceptance of 2021 I-2066 proposals when those come in. So those are coming in. I forget when the due date is, but we may also meet for that on the 2021 codes. Is that what you're going to say, Patrick? Yep. So typically we'll meet Fridays. Typically it'll be 8:30 to 1 or 2 or 3. But our task today is to just get through the integrated draft, make it as decent as we can so that it can accept code proposals and is a competent and generally okay document. We don't need to do perfection and we don't need to wordsmith things. And generally we'll either accept model code language or 2021 Washington Residential Energy Code language, one of the two. We generally don't need to wordsmith a whole lot. Okay, with that, so the meeting schedule is today, and if we don't get done today, we'll have to set another meeting. So let's go to the integrated draft. Krista, do you want to introduce it?
Sure. This particular draft is one that Dwayne sent back to me with his comments integrated on it. He was the only one that had sent me any comments in advance. So I'm just using this to display right now because it's already got some comments on it and we can add more as we go through it. You'll see the red strikeout underline. This is the language that is imported from the 2024 IECC residential provisions. And you might see some green every once in a while, and that's just sections that have been moved from some sections. More often you'll see just the numbers stricken through with the new number stuck on it. But
So the process will we'll scroll through the document, and to the extent anyone has comments, make comments. The assumption is that what's on the screen is okay, and so if you disagree with what's on the screen, bring it up and make a motion to do something with it. Otherwise, we'll scroll through because there's too many red things to make a motion on every single one of them. So we'll scroll through and make a motion on something if you disagree with it or you have a better version of it. Go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, so I just, generally speaking, is the black text would be the current code and amendments, and generally
Correct.
speaking, the red text is what's coming in from the 2024 model code.
That's correct. Yep.
and then I've noted on the side where I've made changes or where I have questions. And
Yep. Anne, was that your question or?
I have a problem with the fact that this integrated draft doesn't include the IECC section 408, which is the credit section. And I'm new to this, but I'm wondering why we're not putting in that 2024 model code section 408, and we're still using the credit section from the Washington State Energy Code.
Yeah, I'd say the main reason is our when we do this process, we take the more stringent of the languages, and the more stringent of the languages is the the R406 from the Washington State Energy Code.
Well, that isn't how I see it. I don't see it as that. I looked it up. In fact, I also did a lot of the onboarding that as a new person, I went through all the RCW and all the WSEC rules and all that. And there's some things that I think we need to follow. And I agree that we do. Okay, so RCW, well, first of all, the main reason why we shouldn't include the existing credit section is RCW 19.27A3, which states that the Washington State Energy Code may not in any way prohibit, penalize, or discourage the use of gas for any form of heating or for uses related to appliance or equipment in any building. And having used that section of the code this past year to help my building clients, that definitely does disincentivize gas use. Other reasons why we need to do that is RCW 1927A says that we want to construct an increasingly energy efficient homes and buildings. And so I disagree. I think 408 in the new section does that. And in fact, the Department of Energy has put out a declaration that this just past December, the U.S. Department of Energy has reviewed the 2024 IECC and determined that the updated edition will improve energy efficiency in residential buildings. The DOE analysis indicates that buildings meeting the 2024 IECC as compared to buildings meeting the 2021 IECC would result in national site energy savings of 7.8%, source energy savings of 6.8%, and energy cost savings of approximately 6.6%. So definitely going in the right direction on that. A third reason, going back to the RCW, is Section B, require new buildings to allow flexibility in the building design. And when you look at that 408 section that's in the new code, the new 24, it has so many additional measures to meet the energy code. So it definitely improves on flexibility. And I know that changed, the ICC changed from when we had problems with the 2021 code. They recognized that there's some bad code in 2021, and they changed the whole process of the development of the 2024 IECC. Went from a government consensus process to an ANSI certified. And so they produced a much more deliberate code based on a lot of input and a lot of research. And I really think we need to look at that section 408. It provides a lot of flexibility. And the last thing I want to say is on RCWC section C, C, it says that we need to allow space heating equipment efficiency to offset or substitute for building envelope thermal performance. And if we don't pick section 408, we're missing out on this section 408.2.9, which is about walls, opaque walls. And that will allow the builder to use a U factor of 0.060 instead of 0.045 if they make the proper heat pump choices or water heater heat pump choices. And a lot of the builders I know are already doing that. And that will allow them to use a 2x6 wall with in-cavity insulation and still meet the energy codes. And that's a really big cost savings. I know they really want to do that. So I really appreciate you hearing out my reasons, but I hope that somebody could make a motion that we adopt, the integrated drafts start with the 2024 section 408 for our credit systems, because it's got a lot of really valuable information. And in effect, our duty is to, an objective of statewide adoption is to minimize state amendments to the model code. So thank you, Chair Anderson.
Thank you, Anne. Do you want me to respond, or was that general?
Oh, you and anybody else, sure.
Sure. You brought up three major things that I jotted down. One was I-2066 and that's impact on the code. The Building Code Council has, in the motion that they made in November regarding 2066, and then the recent website statement did not say that, the new language that I-2066 brought into the RCWs. I guess it's difficult to talk as a non-lawyer about that, but they didn't tell us to do anything specific with the code regarding 2066. They opened a window for code proposals if the code needs to change in 2021. And of course, the 2024 code needs to comply with all the RCWs. So there's multiple RCWs out there that we need to comply with. You said that 2024 IECC is more stringent than the 2021 IECC. I believe that the 2021 Washington State Energy Code is more stringent than the 2024 IECC. And that is based on our goals and our modeling. So I guess I don't know that the 2024 IECC is more stringent than the 2021 Washington State Energy Code. And today we're basically taking the most stringent parts from each of them. I think the R406 part of our code requires more efficiency than the R408 part of the 2024 IECC. I think we could probably have a longer discussion on any of these. And I think that when you brought up R408.2.9 about walls, we are free to accept that. And anything in the model code would be possible to put into this integrated draft as a base. And even if somehow it didn't make it in, it would be possible through the code proposal process to bring it in. So even if for some reason we didn't do that today, we could always bring it in later through the code proposal process. With the commercial code, when we did this integrated draft, we basically said, all right, the C406 section, the C406 credit table section was so complicated, we couldn't really mash them up, the model code with the Washington code. We had to pick one or the other. And I think we're probably in the same situation today, where they're complicated enough that we're not going to mash them up too much today we're going to pick one or the other. And I think you've suggested that we use the model code one. I think that is less.
Can't hear you.
It looks like his internet dropped off again.
We'll address them as well. I think it's good discussion to have. Larry, you are up next.
So what I'm seeing, I've got a little confusion here, and I had it with the energy code. But if you look at your combined R0101.3, and you have all the red, this is all red, okay? And we just had a discussion that the existing code should be black, okay? And it's not that way. And so we should be striking out, and then what we're adding back in red. And that's not what's happening. I mean, I have all three codes copied now and sitting in front of me, so I can see this very clearly now. And so it's taken us all this time just to get this far, okay? But when you compare the 21 code to the 24 code ICC, and then the mixed introduction into our code, the coloring isn't right.
Okay, Larry, just to understand what you're saying that the strikeouts, because they're red, they're confusing, they should be black. Is that what you're saying?
They should be black. They should be black, and they're not. So it's very confusing because it's not clear where we came from. Okay. I mean,
where we came from is the language that's stricken, right?
The stricken language there, if we look at 101.3, all that starting on that first part, the letters should be black. The lettering should be black because that was the existing that you're striking out. Okay. And so it looks like it's all 24 ICC code, and you took some of it, but you didn't take the other part.
Okay, well, the reality is that what's in front of us is everything that is changed from the 2021 Washington State Energy Code residential is in a color to highlight it for you. So we didn't both accept IECC language and then strike it out. If it's stricken, it's red, and it is from the 2021 Washington State Energy Code residential. So is that clearer now?
Well, what I'm saying is you look at R101.2 and you got the black code, and then you have the stricken part. And I think it'd be a lot clearer that you strike the line through the black code, then that tells you where you've been. Where you've got the red code, to me, it looks like on R101.3 that you stricken some of the ICC 24 code, and then you left the other ICC code in there. That's what it looks like to me.
Okay. Well, as an architect, I'm very sensitive to graphic design, and maybe this is a challenging graphic design problem. I hope you understand where we are now, and can deal with it. We are where we are. We're not going to cancel the meeting and meet again just to change the colors of the code. So I'm sorry it's confusing. I think it's internally has a logic to it, which is if it's stricken, it's red. Any changes are
you really don't know which code you're striking because the red code is supposed to be the ICC 24 code, and the red code with the red line through it, it should have been a black code with a red line through it. Okay. And it is very, it's a much harder task to do what we're trying to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. All right, Kim.
Yeah, I have a comment in 101.2
2, underneath scope, the model code language does have appendices reference, and I'm wondering if we deal with that in another place in the WAC, or if we need to bring that model code language into our draft.
Krista, do
Well,
you
we
have
have different appendices in the Washington State Energy Code than there are in the international code. And we do have somewhere in here, there's a reference to.
Okay. If there's a reference elsewhere, Krista, that's great. I wasn't quite finding it quickly, so if we could just verify that. And then another small item in 101.2, I think we're missing a couple words. The second sentence, this code also applies, I think, is what we need there. Not applied. So just a grammatical thing there. And then the group R2, 3, R4, building 3 stories or less in grade height above grade plane with dwelling units accessed directly from the exterior.
Yep, that makes sense.
Thank you.
That aligns with the definition that we have elsewhere in the code. Thanks, Greg.
Kim, you're right. We don't have a section that says appendix, and we do reference appendixes throughout where we refer, but I think that's a good suggestion. We should add a section that says appendix and then just update it with our appendixes. And then the second one I was going to propose is on the intent statement. We took the IECC language but made a few modifications in commercial, and I think the intent should be the same. So I would propose that we would take what we did with commercial and just match that so that we have consistency from residential commercial codes.
Thanks, Greg.
One clarification, Krista. You added with dwelling units. Can we italicize that since it's a defined term, please? Thank you.
Larry.
Yeah, I mean, when we go to R102.1 in our code, I mean, we've got like a fairly good sized paragraph. And then when we go to the mixed code, it's just gone. Most of it's just all gone. And so I don't know what we're doing here. I mean, really, I mean, R102.1 needs to be in the new mixed code, and it's not. I mean, you got 3 sentences, and I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You got almost 10 lines. You dropped to 3 lines from 10 lines. So we need to get that added in.
Krista, do you have a response?
Oh, I'm trying to understand.
Are you saying, Larry, in the model code that there's more language? Larry?
Yeah.
Are you saying in the model code there's more language under R102.1?
I'm saying the model code has 2 lines. I mean, the ICC 24 code, the mixed code where we're mixing the 2 together has 3 lines, but our code has almost 10 lines in it. So where'd all the verbing go?
In which section?
In R102.1 in the mixed code, 102.1 in the section in the ICC code, and then you got our code 102.1. I mean, we lost 3/4 of the verbiage.
Are you
I still don't understand. There's no change.
Larry, are you referring to the language in the current 2021 R102.1?
Right. The 21 code, we got the 21 code here, And then we got the ICC 24 code. And then we have the intermix between, there's supposed to be an intermix between our 21 code and the 24 code. But you're missing 3/4 of the wordage.
Larry, the 2021 R102.1 is now R104.1.
That's not what it says here on the.
That is what it says.
No, I'm reading exactly. It says it's struck out R01. It says it's got a strikeout of R101.4 and it has R0102.1. It's got a strikeout. So that's supposed to be, I mean, we just pulled this off the internet the other day,
Larry,
yesterday.
can you read the first part of the words of the section you're talking about?
Yeah, it says applicable where in specific cases, different sections of this code specify different materials, methods of construction, or other requirements. The most restrictions shall govern where there is a conflict between general requirements and a specific requirement. The specific requirement shall govern. Now, if we go back to our 21 code, there's almost 10 lines here. Okay. R01.1, same thing. General provisions of this code are not intended to prevent the installation of materials or to prohibit any design or method of constructions not specified, prescribed by this code, provided that any such alternate has been approved. The code.
Larry, do you see the screen that Krista is sharing?
Yeah, that's not what I have, and we printed it yesterday.
I mean, what you read off was the beginning part of it, was the provisions of this code are not intended to prevent the installation of any material or prohibit any design. I thought that's what you just read.
I'm going to email this to Krista so you can see. I mean, what's on your screen and what we printed yesterday is two different things. It's like they're reversed.
Yeah, what I'm reading the section R102 from the 2021 Washington State Energy Code Residential.
Okay, so back up right there, Shell. So it says section R102 applicability. Yep. Okay. So that's what we printed. But then if you go to the R102 in the 21 code, let's go to the 21 code, point 1. There's nearly 10 lines.
Yep, and that was renumbered to R104 in the integrated draft. So it's the same language as in the 2021 code, but it is in section R104 now, whereas before it was titled R102.1. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So it's the same language, the same code language, the same.
It doesn't.
Same thing. It's just a different section number now.
Okay, so the strikeout to me, what I'm seeing is, there should have been something there that said, hey, I'm moving this to R104.1. That's what there should have been.
Okay, well.
Okay, okay, that's all right. I'm not going to bog us down. We got too much.
Okay, thanks, Larry. Gavin, you're up.
Yeah, thanks, Jill. Hey, I guess this is a bit of a point of order for everyone. It's in all of our interest to get this through in a day, guys. And Larry, with all respect, we were having a conversation about R101.3, and we went on a journey, down to R102. And I'm glad that we cleared up the question you had, but I'm just wanting to point out that it would be in all of our interest if we don't bounce to other parts of the integrated draft that Krista is presenting here. And I feel like we should all try to respect the process and allow the conversation to finish about the 101.3.
Thanks, Gavin. I think that's a really good point. We will, let's stay to the section we're in. I understand where Larry was coming from, and I'm glad we've sorted through the confusion there. Let's go back to, R102. We're on R102.
When you skipped over 102, that's why I brought us back. Heck, we were already on R40 something or other, and we hadn't even got there yet. Okay. And so I think if we're going to start, we should start from the beginning and work our way through.
Yep, let's start from the beginning. We started from the beginning. Let's keep going.
And to get done today in 100 pages, I think is not very realistic. Thank you.
All right. And Greg, I remember you had a comment about this, so go for it.
Yeah, I was just to speed things up. I mean, the language in R103 or 101.3, right, where you have shown. Do you need a motion to adopt the identical language you put in the commercial code, which is fairly close to this? It's just a few minor changes.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to make a motion, your CAG members are empowered to make motions whenever they want on code language.
Okay, so I'll just to move things along, I'll move that we just adopt the commercial language. I mean, obviously adjusting it, replacing the words commercial anytime with residential. For that's specifically for the R101.3 intent statement. So we match.
Okay. So we have a motion. Is just to be clear on the motion, is that the language, Krista, that you've put on the right there?
Yes, it is.
Okay. With a note that anything that says commercial will be changed to residential. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second. This is Kevin.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Does anyone want to speak for or against the motion?
I'll just say real quick. I mean, it's just for consistency. So I mean, there's nothing. Yeah, I mean, it's just we already agreed. The commercial tag already agreed on it. So,
yeah, go ahead.
Could I speak?
Please.
I don't remember that going in, but that what you see there is essentially the IECC board's statement about the intent of the IECC. And it is really, I don't know how that got through before, I didn't notice, but it's really different from our board of directors, which is essentially the legislators' intentions, and it includes a whole lot of completely irrelevant stuff for Washington State and things that are wrong. And we should not adopt the IECC's board's statement about its intent. They have some very different ideas than what our marching orders are for Washington State. So I suggest strongly that we stick with the existing language and modify that if we need to, but not adopt the IECC statement of intent.
Thanks, Dwayne. So I think you're speaking against the motion, but you're also suggesting there could be a different motion to use the 2020 Washington State Energy Code residential language instead of anything in the red under R101.3. That's what I'm getting from your statement.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak for or against the motion? Greg.
I'll just, so for those who are not part of the commercial, I think what I'll summarize the attitudes at that time was trying to match the IECC as close as possible. We did make a few minor adjustments to the IEC language to kind of address some of the things that Dwayne did, but probably not to the degree that Dwayne wanted. But I mean, that's just merely, I just like consistency. So that's all. Yeah, I mean, if we have a commercial code that says one thing and a residential says something else, and I mean, it doesn't really change the code at all. It's just mentioning the intent, so it doesn't really matter that much. Just driving for consistency.
Thanks, Greg. Irina.
I'm on the commercial tag, and I attended all of the meetings thus far of the commercial tag, and I do not recall the tag in whole wanting to align with the IECC as much as possible as a sentiment that was expressed by the entire tag. Just wanted to flag that.
Yeah, thanks, Serena. Yeah, I don't know that the tag voted to match the IECC as much as possible. That was not a motion of the tag. The tag did, there was a motion made to modify the language, as Greg pointed out. And we didn't adopt just the IECC language. There was a little bit extra in there that Greg is pointing out. And it was flagged at the time that the R101.3 that the commercial adopted may not even comply with Washington's RCWs or laws. And that we were hoping to get a code proposal that would kind of align all those things. So that was trying to recollect what happened at the commercial energy code tag when we were discussing this. Go ahead, Kim.
Yeah, I think for sake of time, potentially we should keep the existing Washington state language, and this should be a code change proposal.
Thanks, Kim. I like your short and sweet statement. Dwayne.
Yeah, note that in that commercial language that somehow got past me, they refer to the Energy and Carbon Advisory Council, which is a defunct committee of ICC that doesn't meet. They refer to that you have to have specific return on investment. That's not part of our state law guiding us and should not be part of this intent.
Thanks, Dwayne. Poppy.
Yeah, I agree with what Dwayne is saying. I must have been gone. I think there was one day that I was gone when we did the commercial code, but I don't recall adopting this language from the IECC. It's really dramatically different than the intent for our code, and there would need to be numerous changes for it to align. So I definitely don't think that we should adopt it into the residential code, and I agree with Kim's suggestion that we should just keep our intent language, and then if somebody wants to do a code change proposal, they could do that at the property.
Can I just withdraw my motion then? I mean, it really doesn't matter that much. I was just trying to move us along and drive consistency. So
Okay, motion is withdrawn, Greg. Thank you. Does anybody else want to make a motion about this section before we move on? Dwayne?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, Kim.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to revert back to the 2021 Washington State Energy Code language.
For R1.3?
R101.3 intent.
Okay, all right, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I second that. It's Poppy.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there anyone who wants to speak for or against the motion? Okay, we've had our discussion. Let's do a voice vote. So the motion is to use the Washington State Energy Code 2021 language and not adopt the IECC language. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Any
Yes.
opposed say no. Okay, thank you. We got through this. I appreciate short and sweet statements for or against and getting to the point about all these things. So, okay, we're going to move on. We're going to slowly scroll through and raise your hand or unmute and say something when you have a comment on what we're going through.
Oh, I think we missed something at the very top that I had a comment on.
Okay.
That sentence in red where your cursor is there, I think it needs right after that says yes, with dwelling units. That's in there. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that was modified today. Kim, go ahead.
I guess this is a question more, Chell, and I'm sorry if this has been stated, but some of the state amendments will no longer be needed because of the model code language kind of catching up. So is that something we need to identify here, or is that later?
Yes, if the IECC language is better or makes some of our items not useful or not effective, then we can bring that up. Yeah.
Well, I think in this case, the integrated draft is correct, but our state amendment is exactly identical to the model code language. Is that,
I guess, what do you mean? If they're the same, then we can leave it as is, or
maybe I'm getting confused with other codes.
I guess, what are you specifically talking about?
If we want the Washington State Code to say exactly the same thing the model code says, do we need a state amendment?
The way
that-
the energy code is, we have so many state amendments, we reprint the entire code. So this doesn't specifically identify which portions of the IECC are amended versus which are straight out of the code.
Okay.
So
I guess we have a specific comment on a specific section of the code. Let's talk about your general notion within the context of that.
I'll follow up separately. Thank you, Chell.
yeah, I can pull up
Okay.
a separate document that shows that, but I couldn't integrate it all into one document and have it understandable. It gets too messy.
Okay. All right. We're on page 1 of 100. Let's soldier on. Greg.
So section R103, Code Compliance Agency. I would say that we don't adopt that, just because, I mean, we didn't adopt it in the commercial, and really we don't have power to create another enforcement agency, so it really isn't relevant.
But is that in there for individual jurisdictions to drop in their
They already have
information?
enforcement, so it's already kind of covered, and the it's already, I mean, there's no additional process or need to say anything. I mean, it's just unnecessary language.
Commercial tag removed it as well.
Yeah, and Dwayne, I think it was even your motion that removed it from the commercial tag.
Works for me if it's covered elsewhere.
Okay, so is that a motion to remove the current R103?
That is the motion.
Thanks, Greg. Second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Further discussion on removing, the motion is to remove the current section R103 as unnecessary. All in favor say yes.
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 Any
Yes.
opposed say no.
Yes.
Okay, the yeses have it. Thank you. That's good comment, good motion. All right, we will continue on.
So I don't know if this necessarily needs changing, but I just highlighting you wanted significant changes. So the solar ready roof system, just a note, the loading of when you're adding solar to a roof, I mean the additional structural load is going to cause a issue possibly. So I mean that's because solar panels aren't, I mean, a lot of times the current IRC tables aren't really designed to handle the additional load of solar. So it is important that they show it if they're going to add solar ready, but also knowing that if we're going to beef up the roof, that's a potential cost issue.
That is, this says where it's required or provided, and further on down, I think it's there's information about what that is, right? This is just
Yeah,
what goes
I'm
on
not saying whether we shouldn't. I mean, I think we need the info there. I've just highlighted as a significant change and something we've got to look at. You know what I mean?
later when it's actually required, when solar is actually required. Yeah, this is just put it on the documents. Kim.
Yeah, minor grammatical, in 105.2.1, in this first, well, it's only one sentence. Can we remove the apostrophe S after buildings, building thermal envelope, and then italicize building thermal envelope because it's a defined term?
Sounds
good.
That would match the model code.
Yep. That does not need a motion.
And where I've got a note there that it seems appropriate to add to that list of things that need to be on the construction documents, which efficiency credits were selected.
That does make sense. Don't know why we didn't have that before. Shane.
Yeah, just kind of like, as I understand this is coming out of the IECC, but it seems a little onerous to require detailing showing where the routing of conduit or plumbing is going to be, when in common practice, I mean, a lot of that stuff's sorted out once they kind of arrive on site and do the work. It for residential purposes just seems awful onerous. So I'd be interested in discussion about, potentially striking the requirement to detail the actual routing of the conduit and plumbing.
That's a good point. Greg.
I would agree with Shane. I mean, we still need the loading, the pounds per square foot. But yeah, the conduit routing is unnecessary, like Shane highlighted.
Is this one of those situations where we're mandated to select the more stringent of what's in IECC and what's in the current state code? And in this case, they're asking for that this just shows on the construction documents where the conduit path is.
It's not more stringent for energy perspective, has no impact on energy. So it's just more of a unnecessary documentation. So I don't think that apply.
No, it's more stringent because it requires that whoever's drawing up the house plan put in those extra couple lines.
I think that's a question of definition of stringent, right? Is it enforcement or is it efficiency or energy consumption?
Yep. Okay, go ahead, Gavin.
Yeah, I agree with Dwayne here. I think that this is intended to help future work toward the legislative intent of constructing increasingly poor buildings, or increasingly energy efficient buildings. We have found a lot of poor solar ready conduits, and I think that if there was some forethought on the part of the building designer to document where that is, it's actually going to decrease the cost of future solar installations. So I agree with Dwayne that we're trying to build increasingly energy efficient buildings as a tag, and if there was a set of drawings that were left behind, if you will, that document where this conduit is located clearly, that's in the intent of our work here.
Yeah, I guess Gavin and others, my understanding of residential drawings often is that they just have a home run for these things, right? They're not gonna like draw out every single line of where the electrical is going. They would essentially say this goes here on the drawings. Patrick.
Yes, I just want to say there's no official requirement that we have to pick the more stringent between the model code or the state code. Just at the end of this process, the entire package needs to move us incrementally forward in our goals, but if we're just tweaking something slightly down, we just need to make, you know, overall advancement. And related to this, I don't even know if it really deals with stringency, but more of what makes sense for the construction documents.
Thanks, Patrick. All right, let's make our comments short. I think this is an overall minor portion and and all these things we're talking about could accept code change proposals later to change them. So I don't want to get hung up on this too far, but I want to hear from everybody. Julie.
Thank you. I would agree with Gavin. I would encourage us to keep this language because it does help avoid additional costs for owners later if the conduit's not put in. And the intent of putting the lines on the drawings is that a contractor can mark where the actual as-builts are in their as-builts if it gets changed. So I think it's important for owners.
Thanks, Julie. Joel.
Whether this stays in or doesn't, it's comes down to, is it enforceable? This doesn't come down to some draftsman's going to put this on a set of plans. They're not going to go back and redline it if it gets moved. And is the building inspector supposed to check for this and see if it's in the right spot? Is the electrical inspector supposed to check for this? So whether it's in here or not, I don't believe it's enforceable.
I assume, did you freeze, Shell?
I did.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
back now. But go ahead, Greg.
So I was just going to propose a compromise. What if we just said we kept the main conduit, you know what I mean, for the run, but then eliminate the rest of the wiring. So that way they kind of show where the main conduit stubs up for, and just kind of and cross out that. So that'd be, you know what I mean? Because they're really, then what they need to know is they need to know where that conduit stubs up on the roof.
I think anything we suggest is going to be reasonable and attract a code proposal. So that does seem reasonable. All right, Wade, go for it.
Yeah, I've heard a couple times today, people refer to the Washington Energy Code being more stringent than the IECC. And I just, out of curiosity, is that documented or is that assumed that we're more stringent?
It's been well documented. It's something on the order of 20% better.
Thanks, Wade and Dwayne. Larry, I think we should wrap this up very soon, as it is not the most important thing we're going to cover today.
Okay, so are we going to remove the footings, the framing, the wall inspection, and all that? Are we going to remove all that? I think all that should be in there. I mean, I really do. I mean, you got to have that stuff to do this stuff. And if you don't tell people that what you got to do, they're not going to do it. And I've been going back and forth now with these three binders, and I can't find what we already put in there, which makes really good sense. I think that in the 21 code, that should be in the 24 code, and without all that.
Larry, hang on for a few minutes. I think we'll get to that where it's been moved to a new location.
Okay, thanks, Dwayne.
Thanks, Larry. Shane.
Yeah, so I was just kind of giving a chance for everyone to talk, but I think what I'd like to do is just go ahead and make a motion and see what happens. And that motion would be to strike the language, including the routing of the conduit or pre-wiring it and plumbing from the solar ready zone to the service or equipment or electric, as
Thanks,
it was
Shane.
shown before. So.
We have a motion. Is there a second for the motion?
Just to clarify, Shane, would you be interested in modifying your motion just to include just the one main conduit? You know what I mean? Just so there is to appease everyone else and strike everything else.
You know, I was trying to think through if there was like kind of a middle ground. I thought about, including the size of conduit, wiring, or plumbing, or even the termination locations. But this is just coming from experience and what typically is known or reasonable to get as a prior building official. So while, I'm open to something that includes something as a middle ground, as I thought through it, I don't know that it really is that much more achievable. And then at the end of the day, when they go to install the solar, I mean, you're going to kind of know where the surface water heating equipment is. You're going to know where the electrical panel is. And because of this, we'll know where the solar ready zone is. So that kind of takes care of terminations and I think a little bit of on-site. They're gonna be looking to see what's actually there anyways.
I'll second Shane's motion, but I mean, I'm also open. I mean, if there's a compromise that people want to propose, I mean, open.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Does anyone want to speak in favor or against the motion? Gavin?
Yeah, I'm gonna speak against the motion. I'm in favor of keeping the conduit location on the drawings. This leads to a lot of horrendously, for lack of a better word, ugly, poorly planned, poorly executed exterior conduit runs by installers after the fact. If we could get something on drawings that are left behind that tells us where that avenue through the insulation and drywall and building assemblies to the main service panel, it would be great.
Okay, thanks, Gavin. Tom?
Yeah, I guess I would speak against. I think that owners are going to be much happier if they've got conduit inside the wall rather than on the outside. A lot of people are pretty sensitive about that. And it just makes sense to have it on the drawings. I think as far as it being enforceable, inspectors, it takes time, but inspectors learn to look for new things. As in what I've seen in the Puget Sound area. That's all.
Thanks, Tom. Jason?
In favor, I believe that the contractors will be able to manage this in the field and there'll be changes that will never get documented again. And this just makes it easier for the builders and vendors to be able to do what is necessary without extra work.
Thanks, Jason. Dwayne?
Yeah, since I don't believe we require a sleeve through the roof. As somebody mentioned, there's going to end up being a conduit that kind of goes out around the eaves somehow and comes back into the house. And just knowing that, having that defined is probably a good thing. So I would speak against the motion.
Thanks, Dwayne. All right, we're going to take a roll call vote on this one. That means people are going to go through names, and you're going to be asked if you're the primary or the representing alternate, a yes or no vote. So go for it, Krista. The motion, just to be clear, the motion is to remove the routing of conduit or pre-wiring as seen on the screen.
Hey, Julie Blasik.
No.
Kim Barker.
No.
Dwayne Johnlin.
No.
Jason Garwood.
Yes.
Albert Rooks.
Albert Rooks, I see you. I do not hear you. Still don't hear you.
Gavin Tenold.
No.
Greg Davenport.
Albert is on camera.
Okay, thank you. That's a no then. Greg Davenport, are you here? Irina Respetness?
No.
Kevin Duell?
Abstain.
Poppy Storm,
No.
Wade Craig,
Yes.
Rick Blumenthal,
No.
Tom Balderston,
No.
Shane Nillis,
Yes.
Luke Howard,
No.
Greg Johnson,
Abstain.
Deepa Savarjan.
No.
Okay, motion fails 10-2, or 3-10 with 2 abstentions. Sorry.
Thanks, Krista. Motion fails. I would urge that we move on, unless we can take care of this very, very quickly. Dwayne.
My motion would be to leave this as is, but perhaps that doesn't need a motion since it's not changing anything.
It doesn't need a motion. We will, at the end, we will take a motion for the whole thing, or as far as we've gotten today. Thanks, Dwayne. All right, let's keep going. And code proposals can be submitted for any of these things over the next few months when that occurs.
Did Krista jot that down as a significant change?
Okay.
It's just a grammar question.
Who am I to question ICC?
Yep.
Not that I don't do it often.
Let's go on. Unless someone has a great suggestion for an alternate for Nor.
It just should be not capitalized and just a comma and follow on the lines.
Yeah, I
Just how it
agree.
was before.
Yeah.
All right.
I have a question about R 106.3.
Sure.
That's
Go for it.
so that would be something new coming in the 2024, but it seems this hasn't been done historically in Washington, has it?
Dwayne?
What's the question?
On the permit valuation.
106.3.
We certainly require a permit valuation within Seattle. I don't know how the rest of the state does it.
I think this change was made at the model code level in order to align all of the I codes. So I think it was something that's in like the IBC already, and they've just aligned all of the chapter 1.
Oh, and this reminds me that there is no such thing as an energy code permit. There's a building code permit, an electrical permit, a mechanical permit. And so nobody who's using the energy code separately needs permit. So a lot of this stuff is kind of irrelevant, but if it matches all the other codes, maybe we should leave it matching.
Thanks, Dwayne. Shane.
Well, so quick on 106.3, I think leaving that's fine. My comments on 106.1, and that's this new language where they changed the reference to what would be now 106.2 to instead say by law. I've got a concern on that because by law is very broad. And so that's almost this like mysterious thing about other fees that other laws, like everything that maybe I'm not even related directly to it, suddenly has to be paid before the permit's issued. I think keeping it as a reference to the schedule of permit fees is more appropriate. It really should only be fees applicable to the permit that have to be paid before a permit's issued.
Thanks, Shane. Do you want to make a motion to make that, to just revert back to the original language? Is that kind of what you're suggesting?
That is my suggestion, yes, on just that one part. So instead of 106.1 saying by law, it will reference section R 106.2.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second so we can move forward.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to retain the section 104.2 or 106.2 in this case and not have by law in there. Anyone want to speak for or against the motion? Okay, all in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes.
Any opposed
Yes.
say no.
No.
Okay, I heard a single no. So we will, the amendment passes or the motion passes, and I think it'll say section R 106.2. But otherwise we're good on this one.
You need
Okay.
to unstrike the word in, I believe.
The word in on the top line, yeah. Yep. Okay. All right, let's keep going. Page 4, 125th of the way. Greg.
Sorry.
107.2.5 electrical rough inspection. How do we plan on enforcing that, considering that electrical codes and inspections are through labor and industries, not through SBCC doesn't really have jurisdiction on that.
Good question. Kim?
My hand is up for a different reason.
Okay. Does anybody want to answer Greg's question? Speak to it.
Well, for half, I think half the population of the state does live in jurisdictions that have their own electrical inspectors and do not rely on L&I, and we certainly need for them to be enforcing the energy code aspects of their work. So I don't see a problem with leaving this here. Do you see something that's going to cause a problem by having it there?
I don't really see a problem with it. I just don't see it as being enforceable. You know what I mean? But whether it's enforceable or not doesn't really hurt that it's there.
Okay. Kim.
And my comment is on our current 107.2.2.1 wall insulation inspection. I'm wondering if that's necessary because the model code added 107.2.6.
That makes sense. So there's probably a choice between one of the two of them.
So I would recommend removing the state amendment and aligning with the model code. I think they essentially say the same thing.
So never mind. I have a couple things that I've noted on here in these slightly above this and further on, but their hands up.
Yep. There you go for it.
All this electrical should be put through the L&I people because they're the ones that now, even if you're a city license, the electrical says that you either make it more restrictive than the state code or the state code. So a city can have their own electrical inspections as long as they are equal to the state code or beyond the state code. And the only way the electricians are going to know what to do is to have it in their code. And so this stuff should be all put over to the electrical board, and then the electrical board would make the decision. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Shane.
Right. So two things on the insulation. I agree that the 107.221 can go away because of 7.2.6. And then on the electrical reference inspection, I think it's okay as is because it's not saying that it's not designating who's doing the electrical inspection itself. What it's just saying is that an inspection at that time would verify compliance with this code. So whether that's you know, the electrical inspector because the jurisdiction has electrical inspection, or you know, that portion just for this code purposes is verified by the local authority. So I see no issue with it as written.
Okay, Shane, was that a motion to remove R 107.2.2.1 in favor of R 107.2.6? Sorry.
I can go ahead. Yeah, I'll go ahead and make that motion.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay, well, we can discuss afterwards. This is great.
Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second. Kim Barker.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there anyone who wants to speak for or against? Okay, all in favor of the motion, which is to remove R 107.2.1 state amendment in favor of R 107.2.6, say yes.
Shell, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Shell, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm having problems here. I did have some comments.
Oh, okay, sorry. I muted you because I heard you talking, but it didn't sound like you were talking to us. Apologies for that. Go ahead. Go ahead, Rick.
Okay, I lost you.
All right.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me, Shell?
I can hear you, Rick.
Okay, great, thanks. I wanted to talk about, it was 107.221, I think.
Uh-huh.
You could scroll, yeah, could you go, where is it? I can't see it. Oh yeah, there it is. The first thing is we have to remember that we have two kinds of insulation requirements now. We have exterior plus cavity insulation. So I don't think either 105.221 or whatever the other one was, 107.26. I don't think either one of those address that because we need air barriers on both sides. We've got drywall as an air barrier in the interior, and we have sheathing and other control layers on the exterior. So how are we going to do this if we're going to inspect both?
It's a good question. Shane.
I think that is a good question. I think I'd like to modify my motion then to include an amendment to 107.2.6 to include exterior finish. So it'd be interior finish or exterior finish.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, I
go ahead, Rick.
Comment on that. Okay, so if we're speaking about control layers, then if you're depending on the kind of insulation that you're putting on the exterior will depend on what kind of control layer, if any, you need to install prior to that. So in other words, if you're using a rigid foam insulation, typically a closed cell XPS, pink or blue board, if you're not familiar, you are going to need a capillary break prior to that going against. You can't put it, you should put it directly against the sheathing because any interior moisture created is going to be moving across that at certain times of the year, across that meaning the wall assembly. And the sheathing is hydrophilic. It's going to absorb that moisture. It has to have a way to get out. It needs a capillary break for water vapor to escape. Yep. So if you're putting rigid insulation on, you need a capillary break before that, which is different than standard WRB. So is that going to be a requirement of inspection as well? I mean, we got a lot of concerns here because we're tightening up these buildings and we have less control of moisture, so we have to be very careful about it. So I'm very concerned about inspections and how these are written. So that's where I'm at.
That's a good point, Rick. And right now we're dealing with specific code language about inspections. But yes, walls should be designed and built correctly to not fail. So we had a
Well, what I'm
change-
speaking about is do we need an inspection for that? That's what all I'm saying.
Okay. That's a good question, and that was probably something that would require a code change proposal. So in a month or so, it'll be open, the window will be open for code change proposals, and I think that would be a good one to include. We have a modified motion right now that includes the word "and exterior" here. Who seconded Shane's motion?
Kim.
Kim. Okay, Kim, do you accept this "and exterior" as an
Yes.
addition? Okay. All right. I think
So,
this is
sorry,
good. I think we could.
Joe, can I jump in real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
It was supposed to be or
exterior.
That was what I had said. So
Yes.
and then, okay. Yeah. Good. Thanks, Kim.
Yeah. Okay. Great. And the idea is you will inspect the interior portion before the drywall goes on and the exterior portion before the cladding goes on, because you will need to inspect it probably twice for the installation. Okay. I think we're very close on this one, so let's keep comments short unless someone wants to reopen it. Jason, go ahead.
This is partially a point of order. I don't know the makeup of the group here and whether there's somebody that is an inspector for all this stuff, but my experience with this is we're trying to dictate how things are inspected when reality is I get like all my footing inspections under slab, all that stuff done early. And so organizing it here seems irrelevant to what reality is how these things get inspected, and to the point of whether we need other things inspected. That's, I think the code dictates how we build, not how we inspect. So I'm kind of indifferent on the motion.
Okay, thanks, Jason. Patrick.
I was just going to suggest going forward, in the interest of time, if we try to maybe stick with either keeping the existing state amendment or just doing the model language, and then either identify things that need wordsmithing or further work for the tag to make a proposal on that at a later date, or to flag or create some kind of report for proposals that we're interested in getting from the public. So that way we're not spending a lot of time in the meeting trying to change things.
Yep, I agree, Patrick. Tom.
Yeah, and maybe this comment goes to the later code proposal, but we do a lot of inspections for green building programs on insulation, and it is a significant cost to have to do an additional inspection for exterior rigid, which we do in like passive house projects, but especially if the projects are, if you're spread around and you've got some drive time, I'd say this is a cost to the building department, which I guess translates to a cost to the builder. I don't have a solution to it because I agree with everything Rick said about this being a better way to build a wall, and doing it correctly is important. But I just wanted to identify the issue that adding an additional inspection, because these aren't usually finished at the same time, can be a problem.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We're ready to vote on it. Dwayne, did you want to?
No, just this all has to, these inspections all have to get done, but there's nothing keeping them from being combined in one visit to do multiple parts of the inspection.
Okay, thanks, Dwayne. All right, the motion is to reject or remove the wall installation inspection in the 2021 Washington State Code, and instead accept the R 107.2.6 installation inspection from the model codes, adding the words "or exterior" to that. That's the motion. All in favor say yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
All opposed say
Yes.
no. Okay, motion passes. We are on to the next section. Kim.
I'm sorry, I skipped above grade wall. The model code did make some changes to that definition that I think are potentially relevant, that would then remove the definition of below grade wall.
Julie.
What do you mean that it would remove below grade wall?
Below grade wall is not in the model code. And so I think that it's in the state code because we have a statement in the beginning there that says wall enclosing conditioned space that is not a below grade wall. But Dwayne, perhaps you have more history on the state amendment.
I'm not sure what the issue is because below grade walls and above grade walls have separate requirements, so they need to be separately defined.
Understood. I'm just wondering if we can take the model code definition for above grade wall.
And that's different than.
It's just possible place where we don't need a Washington State amendment is all I'm saying.
More than 50%. I think that it's complicated. We shouldn't try to do that on the fly here. It would be a code change proposal, I'm guessing.
Fair.
Yeah, if it didn't show up in the integrated draft, it's difficult to immediately get everybody on board with a change. So code change proposal.
So at duct system, I had a problem with this is a new term that IECC wants to use, and it includes the ducts and the HVAC equipment that it's connected to, but that's not a duct system then, right? I was wondering, should this be called an HVAC system instead? I would prefer to make that change here and wherever the term duct system is used, but I'm willing to hear anybody else that has some understands why they would call the whole thing a duct system.
Go ahead.
It may be just because it would be whether or not the duct system is within conditioned space, which would mean the air handler should be in conditioned space.
Well, there's whole
question.
There's more code requirements further into the code that use this term duct system for various reasons, including that. But to me, it just sounds weird that you'd call the whole HVAC system a duct system.
Fan coils.
I mean, to write on this point, it doesn't include the ventilation, right? I mean, the only thing it's talking about is space conditioning, and if there's a balanced ventilation system. Yeah, sorry, go ahead. So evidently I fixed my sound. Yeah.
It's and ductwork, and so obviously ventilation would be going through there as well.
Not all. I wouldn't say that's obvious, but okay.
Yep. All right, go ahead, Kevin.
To Dwayne's point, yeah, curious. The existing definition includes that. So really the two definitions in terms of what's listed is the same, it's just put in different language. I think this needs to be a code change proposal, though. I don't think we can hash this out on the fly.
Fine with me.
Yep. I think what we could do today is either accept or reject the IECC version of it. So if somebody wanted to make a motion to use the version we have, which is the strikeout in red, or the IECC version, that would probably be the thing to do right now. Julie.
Just a recommendation to change it to ducted, but understand that might not be within our purvey.
Yeah.
Just keep in mind that this has repercussions with the mechanical code as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
We're seeing more and more builders integrate their ventilation system, HRVs, into their space conditioning system. I think that's where we want to be careful as we word this.
And I forgot to complete my comment. If we go down a little farther, there's definition of ductwork. So it's curious.
Okay.
Okay,
well, let's go ahead.
I'll work on a code change proposal.
Okay, that sounds good. And I guess if we do nothing, we will accept the IECC language unless somebody wants to make a motion to just go with the other language, the previous Washington State code language, but there are other codes affected, as Krista mentioned. Greg. Larry, wait, he took his hand down. Okay.
Yeah, well, the duct system includes the air handler. The duct system would include the HRV, because when you do a duct system, when you program it into your programs, that's what it is. Duct work, though, is specific. It's only the ducts, okay? But when you say the duct system, that includes everything in the ducts. That could be humidifiers. That could be, your HRVs. I mean, that's what people in the business would tell you. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Good. All right, let's move on. We're going to take a break in about 5 or 10 minutes, just so you know. All right, let's keep going.
So we don't use ERI in the code. So I don't see a need for having the definition for ERI or ERI reference design in the definitions.
Yes, that makes sense. Is that a motion to remove it?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion to remove it. Is there a second?
Second. This is Kevin.
Thanks, Kevin. Patrick.
Yes, I'd be in favor of keeping it because I'd like us to consider adding in the ERI compliance path when we get to that part of the code.
My thought is that that would be a code change proposal, and your code change proposal would come with definitions, so that either we'd have ERI and definitions, or we'd have neither.
But if we as a tag can consider adding it in from the model code.
Can we come back to this after we get to ERI?
That would make sense. We have a motion to strike it right now and a second for it. So we're going to vote on that unless the motion is withdrawn.
I'll withdraw.
Okay, motion is withdrawn. All right, let's keep going. Kim.
Yeah, I have a question. I see that low voltage lighting is defined in the state code. It's not in the model code, and I don't see a reference to it in the actual body of the code. So I'm wondering if that should be removed.
Sounds like a good code change proposal. I guess we could strike it. I agree. It's not, I just searched and it's not in the actual code anywhere. It's just defined. I guess let's have a code change proposal to remove it if you want to remove it.
Okay.
Can I note real quick that that low voltage lighting, the voltage doesn't align with the products on the market a lot of times. So when you do the code change proposal, a lot of times people are trying to do like 48 volt or 50 volt for low voltage lighting.
Sounds good. All right, Larry.
I think you should look at the NEC and see what the definition is in the NEC for low voltage wiring. And then that should be compatible here because the electrician is going to be the one doing the work and they're going to be going by their own code. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. All right, let's keep going. Kim.
Looks like the definition for on-demand pilot was added to the model code. Was that intentionally omitted?
It's under pilot light on demand.
Ah, okay. I missed that. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Wade.
Yeah, I see a low slope roof and I see steep slope roof. It seems redundant to have both when anything over 212 pitch is steep.
So with roof replacement, I thought we scrolled away from it. Roof replacement, I think that previously we've said that means you've taken the roofing off down to the roof deck or the insulation for those houses that have above deck insulation. So my ask is that we, unless somebody sees a reason not to, on that last line where it says down to the roof deck, it says down to the roof deck or roof or insulation.
Or insulation is what you're saying. Are you making a motion to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Or insulation and the, okay, then we have a motion. Does anybody want to second that?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion on this.
Yeah. If you put your cursor over roof deck or the insulation, and how did the sentence go?
Deck.
We
Or
saying
insulation.
Insulation or installation?
Yeah, roof deck or insulation.
Or insulation.
Yes, not installation.
Yeah, roof deck or insulation and the installation. All right, Larry.
Yeah, we already had this discussion on the commercial energy code. So whatever we do, we should make sure that we're companion with the commercial energy code because we had this discussion intensely. And so I think whatever we do, we should match either one or the other, but they should be the same. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Shane.
Yeah, speaking against the motion, I think this maybe should be something that's flagged for future discussion as we get into the actual technical provisions. I have concerns that would greatly change the way that roof replacement is supposed to be applied.
Okay, thanks, Shane. So we have a motion on the table. We're going to vote on it. Dwayne spoke in favor, Shane spoke against it and said it needs more work. All right, all in favor of the motion, which is to add or insulation to roof replacement, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, I heard one no. The motion
Abstention.
passes. So we'll move on. So substantial improvement is, I would say, a very noticeable change in defining it. Just for the record.
Would you say it's a significant change?
That's what I meant to say, Patrick.
Then we should flag that.
Yep.
I've got, this is Rick. Comment on steep slope. So you can't, by code, you can't use blown in insulation on any slope over a 312. So is that a steep slope? Is 2 a steep slope? Because you can. So depending on if it's blown in fibrous insulation, that would be cellulose, rock wool, glass, anything that's blown in cannot be used on a slope greater than 312.
Well,
So do
you're
we
talking
want
about
to
the
keep
slope of the
212
ceiling,
here?
not the slope of the roof, right?
Correct. Oh, that's right. This is roof slope. Never mind. Sorry.
All right, Shane.
Yeah, so just quick comment on both steep slope and low slope and kind of definitions in general. I'm making the presumption if there's a new definition that it's because there's a provision in the code that relies on that definition. So I think in general, I would lean towards not being too concerned about what the definition is. Maybe just flagging if you see one that looks weird and then waiting till we get to the technical provisions to see how that's applied.
Thanks, Shane. Okay, I think we're almost done with definitions. We'll go through the rest of them and then we'll take a 5-minute break.
So I looked and we don't use the word work area in this code. It's used in the existing building code, but not here. So I thought we'd strike this because it's a definition for a term that doesn't exist in our code.
Sounds reasonable. Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Okay. Does anybody want to second it?
I'll second it.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Anyone want to speak for or against?
If
Okay.
there's a seemingly erroneous definition included in this that is in other codes that they probably include just to get things to match, but it's not used specifically in the code. Does that create any problems or in enforcement, or is it just something that's sort of extra that's there?
I think anytime we can get rid of verbiage that's irrelevant, it's a good thing.
I'm sorry, was there a second to that motion?
Yes.
Yes, Tom Ballerston, I believe.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
The motion is to remove the definition for work area because it is not used anywhere else in this code, but it is from the International Existing Building Code, I believe, as Dwayne said. All right, all in favor of the motion, say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. We are through the definitions. We're on page 16 now. We're going to take a 5-minute break. I'll see you at 10:35. Refreshed and ready to get through the rest of the code. All right, see ya. All right, welcome back. We are 10:36 now, and we are ready to get going again on the code. Okay, so in order to expedite this, let's keep scrolling through. What I want to hear from you is if you want to reject an amendment or or think something is a major or a significant change, or if you are flagging it for doing a code change proposal later.
So my thought here is that the exception is for ventilated cavities. And unless somebody's considering a cavity that's got just weep holes at the bottom as a ventilated cavity, the rest of the paragraph above is about unventilated cavities.
That sounds like it's a code change proposal. Are you saying we strike the exception entirely? Or wordsmith it?
I'll do code change proposal.
Okay, that sounds good. Patrick.
I just want to flag that, wait, one moment. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, I just want to flag that we might want to come back to R for 1.2 if we decide to include the ERI path.
Yep, sounds good. Yeah, just a slight bit of history. Last code cycle, the Energy Code Tag Residential looked at an ERI path, and then there was a work group, and that work group never finished. But yeah, I was going to reach out to that work group from last cycle, and see if they were still going to do something this year. But it sounds like we have something in the IECC. All right, let's keep going.
So here's an issue that the way they've got it set up there, that item number 1 is for either the R value or U value path, and item number 2 is supposed to be for doing the component performance approach, but they're wrong essentially. I would prefer to see like the 3 paths: U value, R value, and component performance, and have each of them separated out, so that, because that's the way people think of it, but also just to make sure that these are correct.
I think that would make it clearer than it is now. What do you think?
So that would be my code change. My motion here would be to change it to what I've got there in the note. One of the following would just, there be 3 paths instead of 2.
So you'd insert something between 1 and 2 that would essentially be, I guess 2 paths.
Well, each one would reference its appropriate sections.
I think that might be a code change proposal. I think it's worked the way it is now. Well, I guess no, this is new language.
No, this is all new. This is a different way they've formulated it.
Okay.
And in fact, it's wrong in that item number 1 should, if it's going to be both the R values and U values, should include 1.6, which is describes how the U values work. So
okay, so it might be easier to have the to reject this and accept a code change proposal to add the 3 pathways, unless we have clear language we can insert.
Well, I just, that's my language is on the side there. Those are the 3 pathways.
Okay, and I believe Krista could interpret that.
I did not get a second though.
Yeah, we were still, yeah, okay. Is there a second for Dwayne's motion to make it clear the 3 pathways per his language?
I'll second. Kim Barker.
Okay. Thanks, Kim. Okay, while Krista writes it out, Julie.
I have a question on some of the charts, so we could wait if we want to follow through with this.
Okay.
What just happened? Component performance would be 1.5 and 1.6. Yeah. Looks good.
U factor is 101 through 1.
Right, U factor.
U factor would be the list of 3 items. Yep. Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. It's now written on the screen. I don't see any more hands up. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes.
Does Albert Brooks's audio work now?
I hear you, Albert.
Great, I had to restart, thanks.
Okay, yeah. Yep. Julie, you had a comment.
Yeah, I had a question, maybe technical question in some of the tables in this section that had red updates, but the original was not stricken. Is that?
Which section are you in?
So the table below 402.1.2, there are a couple there that have new parameters, but the old one was not struck out like some of the others. Is there a reason for that?
Like with ceiling, like with ceiling.
Yeah, ceiling and floor U factor. And then there's a couple on the next table.
I think it was because that the ICC value moved to be less stringent.
Got it.
So I'm showing the change, but I'm not striking our change because it is the more stringent of the values. So
makes perfect sense. Thank you.
So we need a motion on any of those just so that we have a single number to go into the integrated draft.
Yeah, I would make a motion that we only include the more stringent of the 2 where we've got a conflict there.
Would second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion, and that would affect ceiling U factor, floor U factor. Those 2 is my understanding.
On
So
that chart. Yeah.
And they're similar with table 402.1.3 below.
Well, no, we'd accept the more stringent, which would be the
we take
U factor.
Take the more stringent.
I think you just crossed out the higher, or you just crossed out the lower one, and I think the motion was to.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so
all right,
that's the
automatic
motion.
pilot.
All right, so that's the motion on the floor. Anne,
Buttons. Bear with me.
I
Okay.
hear you, Anne.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think this is definitely the wrong way to go. The R factor for the ceiling in the attic really needs to go back to R49. As I've explained many times before, getting that R60 in the 2021 was bad code. It was voted down twice by committee, so it doesn't have the merit that it needs. And if the way the codes are being built now, the process now, it would have never been in the code. It has a return on investment of over 100 years for our climate zones 4 and 5. It was amended out in Oregon and many of the other similar climate states. So I'm really opposed, and same with the floor factor. We need to go with what in the 2024 IECC, because I know that they should have never, those values didn't have the merit to get into the 2021 code. Thank you.
Thanks, Anne. Greg.
I just wanted to highlight that we don't have to select the most stringent for each individual value. Is in aggregate. So we made that distinction during the commercial code, like we accepted a lot of IEC tables basically on the same thing, where we selected an aggregate because we said as a whole, they're all, I mean, we've moved in the right direction. Regarding specifically the attic insulation, so the challenges with attic insulation is you can't get R60 at the edges unless you're going to put in a really high knee wall. And then there's a lot of jurisdictions that are having problems because if you increase the knee wall to that height, and if they're already doing other things like they're using open web joists, and so then you've stretched the floor heights for your whole building up quite a bit, and now you start having some structural issues that start arising. And so then if you end up not putting that knee wall in, you don't get your R60 until you're in, like, was it 4-6 feet into the so then that portion of insulation that's actually R60 isn't really sufficient to make a difference. And so those are some of the reasons why they went back and said, you know what, it creates more problems and doesn't really provide the energy efficiency we're looking for the attic insulation. So I mean, I would be advocating specifically of all the values, the attic insulation is the one that's causing the biggest challenge. And I would think that if we can accept the IEC values and it moves the whole thing in the right direction, and then just loosen up on the attic insulation, that makes things better. Just like do exactly what the IEC's done.
Thanks, Greg. Larry.
Yeah, can you get above grade wall in a 2x6 of 0.045? Can you actually do that in a 2x6 wall? That's what I would wonder. I mean, you can probably get it when you wrap some foam around the whole outside, but I don't think you can get that in a 2x6 wall. Maybe.
You're right, and that's why our table right below.
My understanding is the codes are moving towards external insulation as well as internal insulation, or some combination of the two. And so this would require some external insulation.
So you're talking a big ticket item here. I mean, because you got the labor to build the wall, and then you're gonna have them insulate it from the inside. Then you got to put your barrier on, and then you got to insulate it on the outside. And then some people say you have to sheet it over that. And then some people say you can just put your siding over the foam. And so, I mean, you're talking a significant number here. So, I mean, is the sky the limit here? Is that what it is? I mean, we're 3% can only afford a house now. So we're going to drop it down to 2% or something. Thanks.
Thanks, Larry. Anne.
Yeah, I want to touch on both of those. Going back to the attic insulation, I want to point out that in the commercial code, 21 code, that always remained at R49. So you could build a dental office in the same exact way you would build a house, and they never saw it. It never made it into the commercial code. So I think that there's no reason why a house should have a higher degree of insulation than a commercial building similarly built. Yeah, okay, going into the wall insulation, the 0.045 is huge added expense. I think that that would be equivalent to R30. I'm not sure if that's a 10-inch stud if you wanted to keep it in the cavity. So that's one reason why, and I'm sorry I jumped the gun earlier, a bit nervous about this, and this is a huge issue, but keeping the section 408, which is a companion to this table, is very important because that'll allow us to use 0.06. Otherwise, I would like us to see us sticking with the tried and true 0.056 that we've always had. Thank you.
Thanks, Anne. Tom.
I wanted to point out a couple of things. I mean, I definitely think a wall with exterior rigid is a better wall and encourage people to do it. But I have to several of us probably have skills to check, but I think an 045 could be done with spray foam in a 2x6, but I have to check that. But to the other point, if it's the aggregate, if we are required to use the most stringent, and if it's the aggregate of all of these, I thought I should point out that the reducing the window from 0.3 to 0.28 has a much bigger impact on the UA, on the total UA, than changing the ceiling. Changing the ceiling from 24 to 26 is pretty small when it comes to the overall UA, which kind of reflects the fact that there's different ways of doing it. So I think, I mean, as far as the biggest bang for the buck, comes in the things that reduce the UA the most. The wall, certainly, I hear a lot of resistance to doing exterior rigid, and among the building community, and I just say it's a better way to build the wall, but if there are other ways to get the total UA reduced, then it's that's under the current code, that's workable. Anyway, thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Larry.
As for the R60 in the ceiling, I'm very aware of that because our patented house has that, and we had to have an engineer come in and engineer a structure between the trusses to do that because you get this movement effect. And it took on that 2,700 square foot house, it took two guys 3 days to do that, just in labor alone, let alone the materials to do that. Because you can't build the truss by itself to handle that. You have to build a structure in between the truss to get that. And so we actually have an R70 in our ceiling patented house, but I mean, it's extreme cost. Okay, thank you.
We do see a lot of builders using raised steel trusses, but I think my question is, there are also ways to do that with a short, an inch, a foot or two of spray foam at the perimeter of the truss where the truss is thinner. But we certainly have builders doing more advanced homes that are using raised steel trusses.
Thanks, Tom and Larry. Dwayne.
The ceiling R value in our current code is 60, and so that, and in fact the frame wall R values are also reflect this U value that you see here, but because of a glitch last code cycle, we didn't update the U value at the same time we updated the R values for walls. So it sounds like the objections that I'm hearing from industry and designers are, have merit and should be presented as code change proposals to change some of these back to lower values. But as our starting point, following our current system, we would default to using the more stringent of the two values.
Thanks, Dwayne. I think either way we do today,
This is Rick.
We will probably get a code change proposal on this. Rick, do you know how to put your hand up in the meeting?
I don't have a way to do it.
Okay. All right.
It's not showing up on my screen.
Okay,
anyway,
Rick, you have
so I haven't
the
been able
floor.
to do it.
You have the floor, Rick.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. Thank you. Just a couple of things. So yes, raised hill trusses. A couple of things that I want to mention about those. Number one, they're very expensive. You start getting over a standard truss, you can spend an extra couple of $100 easy just for the raised hill truss. So that adds up to a lot of money if you're trying to get an R60. Even if you're in an R49 and you're using something of an R3, you need 18 inches if you're going to vent it. And it becomes, that's number one. Number two, you could run into problems with building height restrictions for zoning, depending on how tall your house is. And I know a couple of guys have run into that already. Third thing is, if you're doing remodeling work or extensions, you're not going to be able to complete if you're trying to extend an existing roof geometry and keeping it same plane, same shape. You're going to run into problems with that as well for an addition, and you're going to have to make it up somewhere else. So,
okay, thanks, Rick.
as far as above grade walls, yeah.
Oh, sorry, you cut out, Rick, and so I thought maybe you were done.
Go ahead. No, I just wanted to say on above grade walls. So yes, you can fill the cavity with foam. You can get an R30 anyway. You can get actually 33 if you're going to use closed cell foam. Spendy though, so you can certainly get that. And that's way over 0.045, which is only a 22 1/4, somewhere in that neighborhood for an R value. There's lots of ways you can skin the cat on the walls to get that. I'm in favor of bringing them both 402.1.2 and 1.3 in alignment, which they were not before. The only other thing I wanted to mention, again, I don't have a way to raise my hand. I've got to cut out here in about half an hour, so I've got to catch a plane. So,
okay,
you know.
Thanks, Rick. I want to hear from people who haven't talked yet on this subject. I think, yeah. So go ahead, Kim.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Dwayne said about the wall, above grade wall U factor should have been updated to 0.05 in the last code cycle. The model code in 2021 says 0.045. And I don't know if it's appropriate to just motion that we keep the values that are shown on the screen now and move on.
That would be a motion called call the question. And then if we have a 2/3 vote in favor of ending discussion, then we will vote on the motion, the main motion. So you could make that motion.
And motion to call the question.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second for that?
Second.
Okay, so that means we're going to do a roll call vote. If 2/3 of the tag wants to end discussion, immediately vote on the main motion. So let's do a roll call vote. The vote, a yes vote is to end discussion. A no vote is to continue discussion.
All right, sleep on the job here.
You're doing awesome, Kristen.
Okay, Julie.
Heard the motion right? It was yes to discontinue the discussion. Is that right?
Yep.
So is that a yes?
Correct. Yes.
Kim,
Yes.
Dwayne,
Yes.
Jason,
Jason, I haven't heard you. Jason, what did you say?
I said yes.
Okay, thanks.
Albert Rooks,
Yes.
Gavin,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Irina,
Yes.
Kevin Duell,
Abstain. Where's my? Can you hear me?
yes.
Yep.
Oh, abstain.
Abstain.
Poppy,
Yes.
Wade,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
Shane,
Yes.
Luke,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Deepa.
Yes.
Motion carries 14-1 with one abstention.
Okay, motion carries. Discussion is cut off. We will now vote on the main motion, which is to for ceiling U factor and floor U factor to use the 2021 Washington State Energy Code residential values of 0.024 and 0.029 respectively.
Does that mean I can't do a minatory motion then? Is that?
Yes, my understanding is that cuts off discussion.
And
so
it cuts off of minatory motions too.
Did I get the values right on the R value table?
I believe you can make a mandatory motion for it. It's not the same as the previous one.
So the R value table would be going with the higher, the correct one would be the higher one. So we're striking, I still see 49 underlined, but we'd strike those and,
Well, it is struck out. It's just
okay.
in red.
So
hard to see with those fours and the strikeouts.
Point of order, just to clarify with Robert's rules. Am I allowed to make an amendatory motion?
That is not in order right now. Right. A call to question means we will vote immediately with no further discussion on or motions or anything like that. If you had I don't know, some other point of order kind of thing, yes, but no, not amendatory motions.
Okay. Julie?
Sorry, could I?
Yes.
Sorry. Sorry, could I get I guess a technically point of order. Could you just really quick explain again exactly what the motion and which parts
Yep.
are impacted?
So yeah, the motion is to accept or use the 2021 Washington State Energy Code residential values for ceiling factor and floor U factor, and not use the 2021 IECC, sorry, 2024 IECC values, and then also include those in the R value table because they should be the same. That's the motion. So a yes vote is to continue with the Washington State Energy Code residential values. A no vote would be to do something else. All right, let's vote.
Julie?
Yes.
Kim?
I didn't hear you, Kim.
Kim Barker, are you there? You're muted. Dwayne Johnlin,
Yes.
Jason,
No.
Albert,
Yes.
Gavin,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Irina,
Can you repeat
Yep.
the motion?
The motion is to use the Washington State Energy Code residential values from 2021, which are more stringent than the 2024 IECC values for ceiling U factor and floor U factor.
Yes.
Kevin Duell,
Abstain?
Poppy Storm,
Yes.
Wade Craig,
No.
Rick Blumenthal,
I see some flickering, Rick, but I have not heard you say anything yes yet.
Yes.
Tom
Yes.
Balderston,
No.
Shane Nellis,
No.
Luke Howard,
Yes.
Greg Johnson,
No.
Deepa Savarjan,
Yes.
and Kim, are you there?
Yes, and I'd like to vote yes.
Okay, motion carries 10-5 with one abstention.
Okay, motion carries. We are on to the next topic, but I still see hands up. So Patrick, go ahead.
I was had it up in case we were able to discuss, so.
Yeah, call the question is a very is a very clear motion that ends discussion, or at least requires an immediate vote. Anne, go ahead.
Just one little point of order. When you verbalized what the motion was, you said you were keeping the Washington State numbers, but that wasn't true in the case of the wall U factor. It's on the writing, but it wasn't in what you actually said. Just a point of order.
Well, okay, that's a good comment. So I guess my understanding of the motion was ceiling and floor. Did the motion also include wall factor?
I believe
Oh.
so.
Okay.
But excuse me, didn't you say that you were keeping the Washington State existing ones where they were more stringent?
That was the motion as I understood it.
Well, I think I've heard it twice and it was only ceiling and
Yeah,
floor.
that was my understanding
That
of
was
the
your
motion.
intent? Okay.
That was what I heard from the motion, but maybe I misunderstood it. So I guess if we're going to vote on, or if we, so right now there is no motion. Maybe I misunderstood a bit, but there's no motion on the above grade wall U factor. Right now it shows 0.056 as stricken and 0.045 as what would go in the integrated draft, but someone can make a motion on that one since there hasn't been a motion yet on it. Or we could just move on.
This is Rick Blumenthal. I motion we keep that 0.045 U factor for the above grade wall.
That we use 0.045.
So
Yes.
what's already showing on the screen?
Yeah, okay. A motion to accept the 0.045 as the above grade
Yes.
factor and have a similar number in the R value table. Okay, so that's the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that. This is Greg.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on this? Okay.
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm new, but
Yeah.
do I understand right that we are bound or mandated to accept the more stringent value?
We are not bound to accept the more stringent value as long as the code in whole generally is more stringent than or equally stringent as it was before for the integrated
Right.
draft.
Yeah, and that's my other question is we're bound by the to have an increase every 3 years of a certain percentage, right?
Yes,
So
we are. Yep.
if we don't accept this and we keep the 0.56, I just wanted to point out we'd have to have another plan to get to
Yeah.
get to the I mean, is someone doing the calculation on the whole code?
Yes.
I think I can answer that real quick.
Yeah.
So, because we went through this over the commercial code and we have these similar tables. So the first line item you see, the fenestration for the U factor for windows, that will save more energy than some of the other items. And so we didn't have to look at I mean, we could have looked at the whole code, but you could just look at the whole table and just say, well, the energy efficiency of the whole table was better just accepting IEC values. And so we could already ascertain we met the requirement. So that's in aggregate. So that's to answer the question on what
Thank
you
you.
are.
Thank you.
Yep. I agree with Greg that as long as the whole code is more stringent, it's okay with the integrated draft. Overall, we have to get another percent reduction or we have to meet the RCW. And I haven't brought that up and let's not have a huge discussion on that now, but we have a motion. Let's discuss the motion. Larry.
Yeah, I think this is going to get us better than what we were, and that's the intent. And moving on the glass, because as your R factor gets up, your gain becomes municipal. And it's hard to, I mean, you're spending a lot of money putting a lot more R factor in after you get R30 or 28 even. And so your glass is our biggest hole in the building, and you can gain your most through better glass. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Okay. Let's vote on this. The motion is to use the 0.045 from the IECC 2024 in lieu of the 0.056 from the 2021 Washington State Energy Code. Let's take a roll call vote on this.
Julie,
Yes.
Kim,
Yes.
Dwayne,
Yes.
Jason,
Abstain.
Albert,
Yes.
Gavin,
Yes.
Greg Davenport,
Yes.
Irina,
Yes.
Kevin Duell,
Abstain.
Poppy,
Yes.
Wade,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Tom,
Abstain.
Shane,
Yes.
Luke,
Yes.
Greg,
Abstain.
and Deepa.
Yes.
Motion carries 12-0 with 4 abstentions.
Okay, thanks everybody. Motion carries. All right, we are on to, I think we're done with this table. Let's move on.
And the areas that you see highlighted, they're just section numbers that I'll need to go back and double check, make sure they're the correct references when I do the final version.
Patrick.
Can we just make note that anything we adopted from the model code in those 2 tables a couple pages back would be significant changes? Thank you.
Yeah, the 0.045 would be a significant change. The other ones are not changes because they were the old code. Or the current code. But I guess they could be noted as we didn't adopt the IECC values. Is that your point?
Anything increasing stringency from the model code, so like the 4 or 5, that'd be a significant change. I think anything else that we're keeping from the state amendments will need to be in the existing amendments report.
Yep. Okay. Anne? Anne, I see your hand up. But you were on mute.
I'm sorry. Just to back up what Patrick is saying, what is going on with the U factors and the R value tables is definitely a significant change. This will significantly increase the cost of houses going forward.
Thanks, Anne. Okay, I think that's noted. All right, we're on R4 2.1.5. Any comments on the IECC language?
Just a comment for Krista, if you could move that note up to the top of all that stricken stuff, just graphically when we go. No, where are you going so far?
I'm sorry, just trying to get the comments to appear on the thing. And there we go.
Yep. So the note.
So the note, just for review purposes, later on, if you could move that paragraph up underneath the section it applied to, so that we don't lose track of that. Thanks.
Larry. Larry, you have your hand up.
Dwayne, have you ran the equations back and forth between our equation and their equations? Have you ran numbers through those to see if where we're at? I mean, because there's quite a bit of change, it looks like to me. You know, I go ahead, Dwayne.
I think that they just derived a much and I was part of that, but just a simpler way to get to the same thing.
Okay, let's keep going.
And then this section would need to be changed to correspond.
Could you remind us what green means again, Krista?
It's just been moved, so this section was moved up to be these two items.
Hopefully no one is red-green colorblind.
Double underlined versus single underlined, and double strike through versus single strike through.
So if you just strike, there you go. 5.2, 5.3, and 5.4 each end with a sentence. Insulation still extend from bottom to top. And I realize that could be ambiguous because it doesn't say how much insulation shall extend from bottom to top. So I would like to add after the word insulation for each of those three, the words complying with the required wall insulation values. So following the word insulation.
Complying with the
required wall insulation values.
All right, and we don't like for stuff, we don't necessarily need a motion for this. We could accept a motion, but we don't necessarily need it because we're just scrolling through and eventually we'll just make a motion for the whole thing. So if nobody has comments, we can scroll further.
If that would be something that we're adding in from neither this current amendments or the model code.
Yeah, as we've done in a couple other places where we've added a word or two.
We just might want to flag that as a proposed change that the committee would be making at our suggestion.
Yep, I think it's clarifying. All right. Let's continue scrolling.
Yep, hang on.
Okay.
Writing down.
Okay, yeah. Yep. I know you're handling a lot.
Kim?
Yeah, I think there's just a code section that needs to be updated in R402.4.5, exception 2 references 402.3.6, and I believe that was updated to 402.4.6.
Good catch.
I was worried about this one that it says that we have to have an air barrier on a dropped ceiling or soffit to separate it from unconditioned. So if you have a dropped ceiling or soffit along an exterior wall and you have to seal it with an air barrier, aren't you making a terrarium out of that space? It doesn't allow for ventilation of a space. Tom, maybe you know?
Yeah, this is similar to the Energy Star requirement for fully aligned air barriers. So the reason this isn't so much an air barrier for the whole house, but it's an air barrier for the unfaced insulation that's in that on the vertical surface, as I understand it. Same with the Energy Star requirement for knee walls on the backside of a knee wall. I mean,
So
that's the way I understand it. The air can circulate into the bats and reduce the R value if there's no air barrier on them.
Dwayne, are you suggesting we should eliminate the IECC additions to the language or some other remedy?
Well, unless somebody else understands why this would be there, the drop ceiling or soffit is not necessarily the insulated part of the assembly, and in which case just
Right.
with you're creating a little uninsulated place exposed to an exterior wall that is going to start to grow fungus.
Is that a
There's no air
the-
barrier. There's no drywall inside the soffit normally. So, I mean, often. So it's not only is like a conduit for air movement across the whole wall, but the air barriers to help prevent moisture also from entering that cavity.
Is that a motion, Dwayne, to reject the IECC language in the ceiling attic section?
Unless somebody understands a better way to do it, I would say yes.
Okay, I think we need to be clear about wordsmithing is not great. But if you're saying we reject one or all of this language, that's
okay. Let it pass, and I'll try to do a code change proposal.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that the air barrier on a soffit is important, and it's not going to cause mold.
You'll help me with this proposal, right, Tom?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on.
So this says specifically that you do not need to insulate the gap between the window frame and the framing. Is everybody cool with that? Silence indicates.
I think it
That's not
needs
a
to be
great
air
thing.
sealed, but the insulation, the value of the insulation of it being insulated isn't. Is that what we're talking about? The gap around the window?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, the R value, the insulation, if it's insulated or not, isn't a big impact on the overall U value of this wall assembly. It's just that it's air sealed.
Okay.
Well, okay. I thought the side values on that might be fairly important, but maybe not. It's been a while since I've modeled.
It's a reasonably small area, but to have no insulation for what's a half an inch times 16 feet or something like that, that's a big
really, from the physics standpoint, it's really the bottom, any drainage area that's needs to maybe be approached differently. But sides and head should probably have some insulation in them.
All right. So I guess I'd like a motion one way or the other on this. I'll hear from people. Tom, do you have a comment?
I mean, I could do the math as a 1/4 inch space around the window and 5 windows in a 50-foot wall, but without doing the math, I wouldn't be sure, but I don't think it's a very big impact that there's, because there's not going to be an R21 at that anyway. You're talking maybe an R value of a half or 1 that you could get with are we talking about like spray foam? That you can't use caulk, you'd have to use this foam or back rod or something.
I think anything to displace air movement.
Right. It needs to be air sealed.
Yeah, and we require
whether there's a big R value to that air seal, I don't know if that's critical.
Sounds like more code change proposal work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the question today is, does anybody want to make a motion to strike this or keep it? Otherwise, let's move on. So
Leave it for later.
It probably deserves more nuance and examination than we can give it today.
Okay, I'm fine moving on. Does anybody with their hand raised want to lower it?
I don't know how to raise my hand either. Sorry. So I don't have that option.
There should be in Zoom, there should be a raise hand feature.
It's on the little heart symbol.
Reactions.
Yep. Okay. I think we're probably going to move on with leaving this, but if anybody really needs to talk, let's hear you, Larry.
I think in our area, if it's 10 below outside and you got moisture there, what are you going to have? You're going to have water in there. Okay. And you need to stuff that with something that allows the window to move a little bit, but yet still prevent that bitter cold that we have here condensing inside that frame going around the outside of that frame. And so what we've done is stuffed it with rock wool or something like that, or a non-expanding foam, because you got to have some movement on your window. Your window is gonna open, expand, and contract, but you don't want to have nothing around there. You're going to have moisture problems in our area. Maybe not in Seattle, but when it gets extreme cold, you're going to have problems. Thank you.
Larry, are you making a motion to strike this part?
Yeah, I would strike it myself, but I don't know if I'm allowed to make a motion.
Well, yeah, you're.
I'm the alternate.
Alternate. Yep.
So.
Okay. Thanks, Larry. Wait.
Yeah, if you look down a few squares, narrow cavities, I think, is addressing that area between the window and the framing.
Except that window thing explicitly says you can just leave it alone.
No. Okay.
But it talks about narrow cavities not able to be insulated.
But it's clear here in windows, doors, and skylights that you do not need to insulate it. So I would like a motion one way or the other. And then we can vote on it. And then code proposals can come down the pike. So I think we need to move on from this. And we could either leave it alone and accept code proposals, or someone could make a motion to strike it.
I'll work on a coaching proposal, and Tom's going to help me.
I'll make a motion to accept the language and wish for the success of Dwayne and proposal.
Okay. We don't need a motion
just to move it along.
We don't need to make a motion to accept the language necessarily, because it's in there. So yeah, I guess I asked for that. So is there a second to accept the language?
Second.
Okay. Tom and Larry, do you need to talk? Okay.
No.
Go ahead, Tom.
I don't have anything else. We're going to table this till later, it sounds like.
Your hand is still up, so I was gonna
Oh, sorry.
Okay, the motion is to accept the language on the screen for insulation not being required. All in favor say yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Any opposed say no. Okay, all right, motion passes. We're going to keep that language. Let's continue scrolling.
So this one, it says air permeable floor cavity insulation shall be enclosed. And I have no idea what that means. Does somebody else know what they meant to say with the word enclosed?
I mean, wouldn't that be an unfaced bat that would be subject to thermal, basically thermal loops?
Enclosed.
Do they mean within the air barrier?
It sounds like this is requiring a floor over crawl space to have drywall or FSK paper on the bottom side. Is that correct?
Yeah, probably something to handle vapor. Air movement with appropriate vapor treatment. That's how I read it, but I'm not building it.
My experience is that that's not necessary, but in a horizontal surface, that air washing is not a big factor.
Could I move that we just strike that sentence?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's a motion. Is there a second for that? And then the motion is to strike the sentence, air permeable floor cavity insulation shall be enclosed. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion and a second. Is there a discussion on this?
Yes. I guess the phrase confused me. So rather than strike it, I guess I would like to understand what the intent was. But if those others want to strike it, that's fine.
Okay. See no more hands up. So the motion is to strike the sentence air permeable floor cavity insulation shall be enclosed. All in favor say yes.
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 Yeah.
Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes.
So does anybody know what they mean by recognized in the sentence insulation materials recognized in the approved common wall or double wall design, blah, blah, shall be permitted to be used? Is that a word that anybody understands?
No, I don't understand it.
Yeah, it doesn't really call for any particular certification.
How about maybe they meant insulation materials included in the approved design?
You want to make a motion to change that word?
Right.
I really would like to soldier through this and not wordsmith everything.
Well, it's either that or do a code change proposal for all these little things. So
yeah. Yep. Okay, so you're making a motion to change recognize to
included.
Included. Okay.
Yep.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Albert, second.
Okay. Wade, do you have something to say?
Yeah, I was gonna address HVAC register boots, but that's not appropriate at this moment.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. All right. The motion is to change the word recognize to included. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. Wade.
Yeah, HVAC supply and return air register booths located within the building thermal envelope shall be buried in or surrounded by insulation. I guess I don't get that, since if we're outside the envelope, we're insulated to an RA. If we're inside, I don't get it.
I would strongly agree with that.
So are you saying we don't need the language, don't want the language, or need different language?
Well, if all the ductwork inside the envelope can be uninsulated, why do the boots need to be?
No, but it says inside the assembly, not inside the building.
So it's actually within the wall,
Oh,
not on the inside.
yeah, within the thermal envelope.
There you go. In the assembly, not in the inside the envelope.
Yep.
That works.
Okay, cool. All right, let's move down. Dwayne, you had more comments on the next one.
Yeah, two things on those things. They give the definition for IC insulation contact, but that's not used anywhere in the table, so I'd suggest strike it. And then there's this footnote B, insulation full enclosure is not required at unconditioned attic spaces. And the only place I see in the table where the references this footnote B is at rim joist, and that wouldn't make any sense because it's talking about attic spaces. Does anybody know? I think maybe the note should have been the footnote should, or could we just instruct Krista to find what should be the correct place to put that footnote?
I think that's fine. So if you want to make I guess if everybody's okay with it, well, Jonathan.
That footnotes is is referencing the language you just struck out in the enclosed section of the crawl space. Because that crawl space also talked about cantilevers, and so those barriers that we're talking about were to protect cantilevers as well. And then this exemption got rid of the enclosure requirement for the crawl space section.
Hang on. So what should be done to make this all correct?
You struck out the enclosed requirement for crawl spaces, so you no longer need this footnote.
We no longer need footnote
That's
B.
on a
Yeah,
different
they-
table.
And
But this is-
when you're referencing cantilevers, you're referencing a cantilever that's an interior cantilever, not an exterior, exposed to the environment.
If you scroll up, it says crawl spaces and cantilevers, doesn't it?
But this is about the footnote is about attic spaces.
Correct, but I believe it's directly aligned with this enclosure space, because as you read it, it talks about attics and crawl spaces that are exempt from the enclosure requirement. But here, this air barrier and thermal barrier calls out both cantilevers and floors, which means think like a mid-entry, where they would extend the second level out beyond the foundation system. That is the cantilevered floor system. That one would have to comply, but the crawl space would not have to. Based on the exemption below, I'm not saying their language was perfect, but that's what those two were aligned with each other. So you no longer need the footnote, seems how you've struck out the enclosed language here.
I see. So you're talking about the word enclosed.
Correct.
Yeah, I think actually this footnote B was intended to apply to ceiling / attic up towards the top, because it's talking about attic spaces, and it just says, yeah, in an attic you don't have to enclose the insulation. Obviously, it just can be open into the unconditioned space. So I would amend, if I'm going to make a motion, it would be to move the footnote B indicator up to ceiling / attic in the table.
Footnote B.
Yes.
Yep. So you'd strike the IC definition and move footnote B up in there. Okay.
That taking it off the rim joist.
Taking it off of rim joist where it didn't make any sense at all.
Okay, that's the motion. We have a motion. Is there a second for the motion?
I'll second the motion. This is Greg.
That's Greg. All right. Larry.
Yeah, I think there should be some wording added. So you've got the kitchen sink in a cantilever over the outside, okay? And presently, what you're requiring is that heat duct that goes out there to in front of the kitchen cabinet to be insulated, okay? And I think that cantilever out there, you should be able to run uninsulated duct, because normally you got your hot and cold water lines that are running to the outside out there. And so it gives you a way, so you put some heat in that cavity so you don't freeze your lines. I don't know. I mean, there's been some of them that have froze so many times, it's, there's not much you can do. I mean, because if you don't have some heat in there to keep the water lines from freezing, then eventually the cold will overcome it and you'll have a frozen pipe there. And so I think in that particular spot, we should have some wording that, and you get bathtubs that are like that too.
Yep. Larry, that sounds like a code proposal.
Okay.
Proposal.
Yeah.
If you email me, I can help you figure out what that might be.
Yeah.
Kevin.
Yep. Kevin Rose, Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance. Just looking at the code, trying to help us clean up here. That errant footnote B attached to rim joist. There was some additional language, a couple more words to extend the meaning of that footnote B to include rim joist to make it relevant. However, that footnote B was crossed off. It was eliminated in the 2024 IECC model language. So it is appropriate to remove that from the rim joist section as been proposed. I don't see yet where that footnote B is used in the 2024 IECC language. So just wanted to let you know my findings to inform your vote. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. All right, so we have a motion, and the motion is to strike the definition of icy, and Dwayne, it was also to move footnote B. Where?
Yeah, move footnote B away from rim joist and up to ceiling attic.
Yep. Okay, so that is the motion. Is there further discussion on the motion? Okay, all in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. Thanks. All right, let's keep going. Kim.
Yeah, I have two things. When we get to maximum air leakage rate in 402.5.1.3, I think both of the subsections need some reference to sleeping units as well. If you look at the model code language, it does include sleeping units. I know that we've modified this quite a bit, and I'm not suggesting to change the content other than include a reference to sleeping units.
In what section?
In both of the subsections in 402.5.1.3.
I'm thinking that's a code change proposal because that's going to get into hospital rooms and hotels and a lot of other places.
We're only in the residential code though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Do you know specifically where the word would go?
I think dwelling unit or sleeping unit.
Yep, okay, thanks. And then also
we should change the title and then likewise in group R2.
Yep. Okay. That seems clear, and we have an actual language on it, and I think that's important. And I think we would also italicize dwelling or sleeping unit.
Yes.
Yep. Thanks, Jonathan.
Sorry, smaller computer, lots of clicks. I noticed there's language in here from the National about sampling. Obviously, I can't make amendments or nothing. I'm not a tag this time, but I would like to advise that both ResNet and DOE with Energy Star had lots to say about sampling procedures, especially when it came to single-family houses versus multifamily buildings. I would like to see our codes align with their suggestions.
There is unit sampling right above where Krista is at.
Hey, Kim, do you know how we handled this same thing on the commercial side?
I don't recall.
The unit sampling or
the dwelling and sleeping unit question, because the only dwelling unit, multifamily dwelling units I'm aware of are the, those woody walk-ups, access from the outside, and I can't. I'm having a hard time imagining what kind of sleeping unit you're talking about that falls under our current definition of the residential code. And I know this whole thing just is making me uncomfortable about, so I would vote against this motion.
We can address it later as a code change proposal, Dwayne. I think it would apply to like motels with exterior accessed sleeping.
But that's not in this code.
Yeah, that's not in the residential code.
Group homes would fall into this.
Less
Okay, yeah.
than 3 stories, R2 access from exterior.
R2 does not include hotel and motel.
Yeah.
You're correct. Sorry.
But as Krista said, there are some group homes that might fall under this.
But I still wouldn't, in a group home, I wouldn't want individual bedrooms that might be defined as sleeping units to be individually air barrier tested.
Okay, Kim, are you okay with making this code change proposal?
Yeah, I'll withdraw it and make it a code change proposal.
Okay, Sounds good.
I do have one comment on the next section.
Okay.
Or not the next section, but the model code, the 402.5.2 is fireplaces. We have moved that in our code to 402.4.6. And I just wonder if we should either put a pointer there or reserve 402.5.2 so that the following subsections match the model code.
You're talking about renumbering sections of code?
Just, yes, renumbering the subsections to match model code.
Good.
There is a 402.5.2 that is fireplaces, and then air leakage fenestration is 402.5.3, and so on.
Okay, I think that could be just a suggestion to Krista. Does that make sense, Krista?
It might, I don't know. It's complicated because then you have to strike everything in the register and re-enter it as a new code change. So it just makes identifying what's actually changing harder during the public hearing process, but we're already doing that anyway for some of this. But
Okay, well, maybe that's a better code change proposal, I guess. We've changed a lot of section numbers and I don't want to get hung up on section numbers because it's,
yeah, there's a lot of places where, I mean, it would set a precedence on going through and adding more sections and trying to, I don't know.
yeah. All right,
But
well,
yeah, if you guys want to go that route, we can go that route.
I'd rather not make the extra work. We got plenty of work as it is.
yeah, that's my inclination as well. All right, let's keep going.
Writing as fast as I can, sorry.
This was just my response to Krista's concern that maybe when we get to the fireplace rules further on, we'd put a pointer back in it back to this pilot light issue.
Okay. I think Krista can put in pointers. Well, you're talking about language that says, see also section YZ. Yep, I think that's reasonable. Can that be done without a motion, Krista?
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. All right, let's move on.
So when we get further down to 40339, it looks to me like it overrides this this verbiage about ductwork here in item number 4, and so there's a built-in conflict. See that little paragraph there says, it just clearly says you can't use framing cavities as ducts or plenums, and you cannot displace envelope insulation. So if you go back up to that thing we were just at, it seems to be giving a series of rules that says, yeah, you could displace some of this insulation in cavities.
And that is specifically the...
What's item 3.3?
Huh?
There's no item 3.3, but
Okay.
there's an item 4. And which item 4?
Well, here it's saying you can have ductwork contained within wall or floor assemblies separating unconditioned from conditioned space if you comply with all these rules. And then that other section, 3.9, says you can't use cavities for ductwork and you can't displace any insulation.
We also went through a section that's saying I don't know, was it diffuser boot could be located within a wall assembly as long as has some insulation around it.
Right.
Oh, and I see they're talking about item 3.3, which doesn't exist in our version here.
Yeah, that's right. That seemed to be the pass. So it seems like maybe this should be
and item 4.3 says, yeah, you can put it in that wall cavity as long as there's still R10 insulation or half of the required R value. Once again, 3.9 says, no, you can't do that. So I think that for this draft, we should strike that entire item 4.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Second. That's a
Is
second.
there a second for the motion?
Albert seconds.
Okay. The motion is to strike all of item 4, which is largely IECC language, but it includes some Washington State Energy Code language. Okay, that's the motion. The hand up, I'm forgetting who that is. TPC.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't have my name on it. This is Jonah.
Okay, Jonah, go
Jonah
for it.
Kinji. Hi. The way I interpret R403.3.9 is using the building cavities themselves as ducts, not installing ducts into the building cavity itself. Does that make sense?
But it also says you can't displace any insulation.
Yeah. Right. Maybe two different things, both equally not acceptable.
Yeah, I see that. I think what they're trying to say is don't use an empty wall cavity as a duct, right?
Yes.
And
or
don't
displace any insulation that is supposed to be in that cavity.
Right. And number 4 seems to be rules about how you can use that wall for ductwork and displace insulation.
Yeah. And of course, today is, one would think, is the displacement is the issue. Hopefully there's no wood framed ducts that people are exposed to.
Okay, Wade.
Yeah, I think we need to be careful with this one because it's not uncommon to run ductwork up tight to the floor in a floor web system above a garage and still be able to get the insulation requirement for that assembly. So if we've got a duct tight to the floor and our requirement below it, then we're not displacing insulation.
Right. This would you'd be fine with a duct that had enough insulation below it to meet that standard.
Right.
Kevin, go for it.
Oh, thanks, Joe. Yeah, I'm a little uncomfortable with this change since it not only deals with integrated draft that is IECC language, but also existing code language. I feel like that needs to be a code change proposal. And also, it's not just walls, it's floors, and there are provisions for insulation. Should you displace what would have normally been installed? So it seems a bit complex to just be working this out right now.
I tend to agree, and I was just looking that up to see what was the original language. striking original 2021 code language where it's not stricken by the IECC 2024 is precarious.
Isn't the choice between this and 3.9 and this being more stringent? Or striking this or retaining 3.9? Is that the choice, or am I misunderstanding?
I think you're correct that the two work against each other, but also the previous comment is worthy of some thought. That
For sure
there are some words in here that we might want to keep after all.
Yep.
And so the question would be whether to strike this whole thing because it's essentially wrong, and then the code change proposal would be to put pieces back in that are needed, or to leave it there and leave the conflict already sort of embedded in our draft of the code.
Yeah, and we could also just go back to the 2021 language, which includes some text, but not all of the red text.
Ooh, I'd like to modify my motion then to, rather than simply striking all of item 4, is revert to the existing Washington State Code language for that's in item 4.
Okay, I think that's a valid motion. Albert, are you a second for that?
I am on board to second.
Okay. All right. I see no more hands up. So the motion is to go back to the 2021 language for this particular section. All in favor say yes.
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 Any opposed say no. Okay, it passes. Thank you. I think that worked well. We're going to take a 10-minute lunch break, so a 12-minute lunch break. So I'll see you at 12:15, and we will get through the other 63 pages of code in the last hour.
Very good.
All right, see you at 12:15. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to keep going through this. All right. Keep scrolling through this, and Dwayne has some comments on here. Go ahead.
Is everybody okay with the fact that what's called a buried duct does not have to have any insulation above it at all? It could, and that a deeply buried duct only needs 3.5 inches of insulation above it. Does that meet everybody's understanding of what buried and deeply buried means?
Dwayne, my understanding is different on that. Deeply buried in my understanding is if you have to have, say, R49 over your ceiling, and you put ducts down on that ceiling truss system, you have to have at least R49 over the top of the ductwork.
Right, whereas this just says 3.5 inches.
I don't like that.
I don't either.
It doesn't even call out an R value.
If you're going to call it deeply buried, it would have more than R11 on top.
So what we have is we have existing language. And I guess what you're talking about, Dwayne, is that just not accepting the IECC language, or is that more of a code change proposal?
I guess since I don't have the wherewithal to come up with language on the fly here, that it would be code change.
Okay, that sounds like a good path forward for this, because you raise a good point, but we need to either use IECC language or Washington State Energy Code language, and I don't know that we have a solution today to talk about that.
Okay, move on.
A couple of years ago, I looked at the DOE Build America research on deeply buried ducts. That language from DOE Build America should be instructive here.
Okay.
Sounds good. Wade.
Yeah, this is referring to insulation of the ductwork itself, not the assembly, correct?
No, it says that any insulation on top of that duct, the ductwork has its own insulation, but that you'd have to have a certain amount of insulation, but for buried, none of it has to be on top of the ductwork, and for deeply buried, only 3.5 inches has to be on top.
Because all you need is an R8 for outside the thermal envelope for ductwork.
Yeah. Anyway, let's move on. I'll do code change.
Change proposal. Okay, keep going. That seems reasonable. What Dwayne is suggesting in the comment. Go ahead, Dwayne.
Suggest striking that language that I highlighted.
The purple language?
Yeah.
That sounds reasonable. Is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Albert seconds.
Okay. All right. For or statements for or against? Seems redundant. I like removing code language where it's redundant too. All right. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Any opposed say no. Okay. Stricken. On to duct system leakage.
So that's just a typo that Krista could pick up, and we already talked about the next one.
Okay.
Never mind. What the first one of those is just a note to me for a code change proposal, and then but that next one, since this does still apply to certain category of multifamily, having pump operation limited to 5 minutes does not seem like it would work.
I would agree with that.
We don't want to. Yes, thank you. I agree with that.
On the fly here, do we have any way to fix this, or does that have to be another code change proposal?
I would strike item number 2.
Well, it does make sense for single family houses.
Oh, I'm sorry. And I was really speaking more towards a multifamily, but perhaps I didn't read it close enough. So please lead.
Okay. Patrick.
I have something that I think we scrolled over that I'd like to go back to after we talk about this.
Okay, let's go back since we've already started talking about 1.1.1, let's talk about that and we'll come back to you, Patrick.
Yeah, can't do it on the fly. Code change.
Okay,
Sorry.
Sounds like a code change. Does anybody with their hand up have more to say about this? Okay, then we'll go back to Patrick.
So on R 403.3.8. Okay, she got it. I noticed that there was a spelling error. I want to make sure that we grab that.
Okay, cool. Kim?
Yeah, in R 403.4.1, the model code has some added language or modified language about the protection that needs to be removable. I think we should capture here.
What?
So it shall be removable not less than 6 feet from the equipment for maintenance. Adhesive tape shall be prohibited, just to mimic the
Oh,
model code.
so the word not shouldn't have been in there.
No, it's
But
that's fine. They say it differently. They say shall be prohibited, but then they're saying 6 feet, not 6 inches.
This is the residential code.
Right, and I based that on the fact that that was a code change proposal in the last cycle to change it to 6 inches after tag discussion.
Okay.
And then the proponent who brought it to us with the 6 feet brought it to ICC with the 6 feet, and they didn't change it. But
Yeah. 6 inches seems reasonable in a single family application, not in a commercial application. Well, I'll leave the commercial application aside. 6 inches is reasonable, I think, for a residential application.
Yep.
Okay. Keep going. Okay, Krista, did you want to talk about the table?
I'm trying to remember what it was.
Or 3.5? Is that what you're? Okay.
What's the concern?
Guess I didn't see the value of the table when it's the same for all items in the table.
The insulation value conductivity is different.
But Chris's point is that you have to have 1 inch minimum pipe insulation thickness for both categories. So why have a table?
Yeah, it's just the conductivity of the insulation is different between the two.
Right. Yeah, it is.
So
okay.
I guess it wasn't included in the integrated draft, so I don't expect everybody to have a competent answer to it today, but this could be a code change proposal to incorporate that language if we wanted to.
Yeah. And
Or I could just cut and paste it in.
I'm just trying to think. I mean, one could adjust thickness to suit conductivity change.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to remember if the lower conductivity has other properties that are meaningful, which include not taking more space and not requiring, I mean, do you have to drill holes through frame members for insulation, or you're permitted to butt up?
We've had specific rules permitting us to butt up against framing members.
That would make sense.
Is this something we can just leave alone the way it is, since it's not really hurting?
It is good. Yeah, I would actually think it's pretty good the way it is.
The Washington State code language or this table?
This table. Yeah, because you're permitted to stay at 1 inch, just with varying conductivity grades, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that would be in lieu of the R3 requirement in purple.
Yeah, I still think so because it really talks about the service temperature. So it's a little more specific, assuming that one's going to actually catch the higher service temperature.
Okay, so
Anybody can disagree with me.
I guess if you made a motion, the motion would be to remove the purple part and add in the the table for the IECC 2024.
Yeah, I'll make the motion and I'll accept defeat if anybody disagrees, but Albert makes such a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Jonathan.
I'm muted. I'm already going on a rant and I'm muted. For enforceability purposes, the R3 is simple. Where people have to calculate that on what their installation is going to have to be, I can't even get them to calculate the pipe run at the moment, let alone this. So, give it a kiss, right? Keep it simple. Is just my statement. Thanks.
Right.
Jonathan, would the fact that it's now 1 inch instead of R3 be just as simple?
1 inch of what?
Right. So they have two different grades, right?
Yep, but we'd have to, the applicant and the building official would have to figure out what the conductivity of the product is, I guess. Shane.
Yeah, I just want to say I agree with Jonathan on this, that you got to keep it simple.
Yeah, I mean, granted that the conductivity factor is easier to manage in a commercial application than a single family application.
Okay.
Pool noodles, 1 inch thickness, R3, that's probably achievable. And I guess as a latch ditch, just to defend the motion, if I got there and I looked and I saw black arm effects, that's a lower conductivity than just Home Depot blue and red. And I'm happy to simplify it to R3.
Okay, well, I guess the motion is to adopt the other table, but if you, Robert, or Albert rather, are withdrawing your motion and just leaving it as R3.
I'll withdraw the motion. It makes no sense to encode something that is really not inspectable.
What did he say? You're withdrawing?
I'm withdrawing.
Okay, all right. Does anybody else want to make a suggestion about this, or should we move on?
Code change.
Code change proposal. If somebody is interested.
I saw that green light around Dwayne.
Wade, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I know that it's not a change in the code right now, but the 403.5.5 or 5.6, that all tank type water heaters in unconditioned spaces have to be on an R10. Foam is kind of ridiculous for a gas atmospheric. So I guess that's a code change.
That is a code change proposal. Yep. We discussed that at length at the last residential last cycle. All right.
Precious flame to the floor. Ooh, not muted.
So this one that I highlighted, the phrase complying with section R402, whatever, since all buildings have to comply with that, it just seemed like confusing information that should be stricken.
Are you quite sure that all buildings?
You want to flip back to R 402.5.1?
Well,
so everybody has to do air leakage. So what's the point in having a phrase in there that says all buildings that have to comply when
well, there's certain additions, I think, that don't have to comply, right?
Well, that would be in chapter 5.
Yeah. I don't know whether chapter 5 triggers a section we were just looking at in any case or not. That would be my initial thought, is that some buildings don't have to. Small additions and certain renovations maybe wouldn't have to comply.
Aren't they just trying to refer to both the multifamily and single family, so that like buildings and dwelling units, meaning including apartments?
I don't mind the and dwelling units. That should stay.
Of course, this is also existing language.
Yeah, shouldn't it be a code change proposal?
Yeah, it should be. Yep. Because it is existing language.
Okay.
I mean, you want to talk about the table?
Yeah, my next comment was this is a bizarre table because footnote A on the bottom is how you deal with whole dwelling mechanical ventilation system fan efficacy for almost every condition, and then for some reason that's a footnote instead of part of the table. The table is just basically everything else.
Do you have a remedy? This is an existing table with some modifications.
Is the issue the footnote? For balanced?
It's for balanced ventilation, HRVs and ERVs, how to determine that efficacy.
Yeah, okay.
I think I've had discussions with engineers about this question because it wasn't clear in some codes if they're talking about total airflow. So for an HRV, you've got both sides. So the efficacy is for one side rather than both sides.
Oh boy. Okay. I mean,
if that's what you're trying to say, if they're trying to say.
Relative to what's on the market, the 1.2 CFM per watt is a very roomy requirement. I mean, you can use a pretty bad fan, or you can have pretty high static across a unit and stay within 1.2. I'm not sure why they went to the footnote A, but that seems equally as challenging to inspect than pipe insulation conductivity.
Right.
So it says
I'm saying it. Go ahead.
It says 1.2, and then it's got this footnote A, which says how determine it by airflow divided by total fan power.
Right.
Outdoor airflow, not total airflow, as an exhaust and outdoor air.
Right. I think it's clarifying that you're dividing the energy use by the airflow, outdoor airflow, not the sum of the exhaust and supply.
Which
okay.
Yeah.
I'm good then. Let's go on.
Jonathan. Jonathan, you're on mute.
Sorry, I'm on a single screen today. I'm at a conference. I do apologize. There's language in the 2021 code that determines how to pick the efficacy off of the documents that are being given to the AHJs. I think this language is specific to the jurisdictions on where they look on these documents to pull the efficiency from to prove compliance with the mechanical code.
Thanks.
Okay, well, I hear no suggestions to change this, so we're gonna move on.
So my next concern was that 6.2 seems I can kind of guess that it applies to kitchen and probably bathroom exhaust, the first exception there. Whereas it seems like the paragraph that the exception is from is talking about just mechanical ventilation systems in general. The paragraph above the table, 6.1, applies to whole house and outdoor air systems. So there it says how you do that, and then for testing, it exempts. It says testing and then exempts specific categories of ventilation. Is everybody fine with that, or does that look like it's a conflict that's built in?
Energy Star created an exception for microwaves in multifamily. I don't know if that's related to this, but if we can determine that they have rigid hard ducting and that they're exempt from testing. I mean, part of the reason for that was that none of them were passing the 100 CFM testing, but Energy Star has a similar exception. I don't think it's specifically the same.
Okay, that's good enough.
What was that, Dwayne?
That's good enough for me.
Okay, Jonathan?
Yeah, I was going to say something very similar to what Tom says. Tom is a very bright gentleman. This was also in accordance with the new CFM requirements for the range hoods for like gas stoves, where the CFM was increased. It increased the pipe size from a 6-inch to a larger pipe. And so it brought in testing procedures. And so this exemption was brought in specifically because they didn't want you to test every single one if you didn't have to, if you had a really good design system with low static pressure.
Yeah, makes sense.
All right. Well, I hear no motions to change, so let's move on. Kim?
Minor formatting in R403.6.4, which is all new. At the end of item 4, the second sentence, manual off functionality, that should be the next line down. It should apply to all items, I believe.
For the IECC 2024?
Yeah, it's not a number 5, it's just, yeah.
Okay. Okay, good catch. So we'll save us work later.
This title down at the bottom of the screen should just be snow and ice melt system controls, not snow melt and ice system.
Yep. Greg?
On roof and gutter de-icing controls, I would like to move that we take the language from commercial, which it looks like Krista already has that up there on the screen. And if you want explanation on why, I can give that now, or
It would make sense. I generally definitely like aligning things when it's reasonable. So okay, there's a motion to, just to be clear, to replace R4 3.9.3 roof and gutter de-icing controls with the language on the right in blue. Is that your motion, Greg?
yes, that is correct.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Albert will second that.
Thanks, Albert. Okay, do you want to speak to that for 30 seconds, Craig?
Sure. I mean, it's essentially the change in the IEC kind of is not doing what it's supposed to be doing. I mean, you're going to have more the way it's worded. I mean, you don't want your system shutting on and off at the wrong time. And so having a daylight sensor control, it really just doesn't make sense. So we already addressed this in the commercial code and wrote it and fixed the problem.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Okay. All right, let's vote on it. Okay, all in favor of this replacement, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion passes. Thanks. Patrick.
I just want to flag that that's a proposed change we're recommending to the committee.
Yep. Okay. All right, section 4.
Best section in the code.
All right. For an electrical engineer. Okay.
Italicize that phrase residential buildings in 1.1.
Right. Any other comments on this section?
So on the lighting controls, we should just flag that that's going to be a significant change for lighting controls where we call out for specific locations and also habitable spaces. Not necessarily as much on the cost. I mean, obviously there is a cost, but it's more about usability. So that should be flagged because having your lights swept off, a lot of people use their garages for shops and stuff. And then if they get their lights swept off every 20 minutes, they're going to be annoyed as all get out.
Now, I'll also note that the word habitable spaces only appears in this R4 4.2.1. So it's not defined anywhere.
It's defined in the building code.
In the building code, okay, but not in the energy code.
Yeah, and it applies to bedrooms, living rooms, and I think kitchens, but not closets or laundry rooms or some other things like that.
Is this saying that all new homes would have dimmers with shutoffs in all the spaces?
It says you could have a dimmer or a shutoff.
Well, but the dimmer has to have an automatic shut off built into it is the thing with this. And so, yeah, basically it's saying, and they're saying basically that they want to have people don't leave their lights on, which that's a good way to save energy. And it actually is highlighted as one of the remaining opportunities for energy savings because we've taken a lot of the other, but I mean, on the usability side, and that's going to create a lot of contention with homeowners.
No, it says manual dimmer or an automatic shutoff control.
That
so
automatically turns off lights.
Yeah, it sounds like the manual dimmer would have to turn off the lights as well.
Oh, you're thinking that automatically turns off lights would apply to both the dimmer and the shut off control?
As it's written, yes.
No, because an
It says
automatic shut off
or,
control
so it's
shuts off lights
either
after 20
or.
minutes. That's what it does. So that's all part of one phrase. I think people just have to have dimmers now.
That's the way it reads to me.
I agree, that's a little ambiguous.
Could be worded better, I think.
If it's just
I
dimmers,
think-
I mean, people will be happy. If they're shutting off lights, you're gonna have a lot of contention.
Yep, I agree.
I think this part of the code looks a lot like Title 24 in California, where they've required vacancy sensors for a long time.
Kevin?
Yeah, okay, sorry, we're not supposed to edit this stuff, but I think if you put a comma after dimmer and before that, it would work. Because the automatic shut off control, well, no, never mind. It's more complicated than that. So code change
Yeah.
proposal, that's what I'm
Code
saying.
change proposal, add some commas and semicolons or whatever we need to do here.
Yep.
Okay, well, let's move on with the notes that, yes. some
And we
people-
should just highlight that in Krista's thing on significant changes, and then we'll work on a code change proposal.
Sounds good. And when we say we work on a code change proposal,
Probably means the electrical engineer has to do it.
thank you for signing up.
I do just want to point out, it was in the 2021 code that dimmers or occupant sensor controls were required in all spaces except for those 3 exceptions. So it's not new, it's just a little bit expanded.
Yep, that's a good point. Okay. Well, I guess just the formatting here, just if you scroll up again, the formatting makes it look like R404.2.1 is an exception, but I don't think it's intended to be, right?
Supposed to
alignment-
remove its denting is supposed to be dented out.
Yeah, it's supposed to be, I think, to the left. Yeah. All right, well, we can figure it out later. Oh yeah, there he goes. All right, well, indents can happen later, I guess.
Well, that's where it should be because it's a subparagraph to R402 point or 404.2.
Oh yeah, okay, yep, it's just not an exception. Yep, okay. Greg,
So on renewable energy credits, need some clarification. So at last council meeting, we voted, or the council voted for using site energy for the time being. Clarification is, was that intended to apply to both the residential and commercial code? I mean, my interpretation was when they decide it, they're going to decide the same for both.
Yeah.
And then
that'd be my guess.
And then the second part is if so, then the motion which you made about using site for the time being, so renewable energy credits are not site energy. So does that mean we have to strike this, or can we make a note on here saying that, because we don't want to create more work, so create a note saying, well, if we go site, we strike this. If we go source, we leave it.
I don't think that that's necessarily our only choices. I think site, it's just a calculation method for how you ascribe energy to a building. site versus source, and one can buy renewable energy credits and document it as site energy, and one might be able to also do it as source energy. So I don't.
It's
but-
not a just a calculation. So the part of site energy is you're actually including only what's on site for generation, and source energies you're actually including all measures that for the whole source, which includes where the source of the power comes from, the renewable source. So it makes a significant difference. Like all your renewable energy credits, anything that's off site is matters, I mean, quite a bit.
I guess I disagree with that. I think we have many projects where projects buy RECs for their site energy consumption. And I guess I don't see the disconnect there.
I mean, this is something we can maybe address later after, the council decides. Will the code proposal period be open, I assume, after the council makes a decision?
Certainly. Yep. If the council probably will make a decision at the next meeting, and the code proposal window will open probably after that same meeting.
Okay, so there's no need to make a change or do extra work now. But it'd be nice just to find out where the direction is from the council, and then we can adjust, later.
Yep. Okay, let's keep going.
Joe, oh, it's quiet. This is Kim Barker. I'm a primary for building official, and I do need to log off at 1 today.
Okay. Thank you.
Joe, this is Luke. I'm gonna have to log off at 1 as well.
Okay. Thanks for letting us know.
And this is Albert. I'll have to log off at 1 also.
Okay. All right. Thanks for letting us know. We'll probably still maintain quorum. Okay, the R405 building performance path.
That's the same change there for snow and ice melt control system control. So down at the bottom of 4.2 there, or I guess it's in the top of 4.2, it says you need to do a standard reference design and proposed design and as-built dwelling unit. But for purposes of modeling, you don't have an as-built dwelling unit. You have the proposed and a reference design. So it seems like that's just a stray phrase that doesn't belong there, unless anybody can think of any reason that we'd say and as-built dwelling unit.
Well, if you're doing a code, I guess if you change something during the construction process, I could see someone saying, well, how did you actually build the thing? Not just how did you permit it. But I don't know how that plays with the code.
That would be a change to the proposed design that you have to rerun it.
Yep. Okay. Patrick.
I was wondering if it had to deal with some type of alteration or remodeling, if they wanted to compare to it as is versus proposed and standard, but I'm not sure.
I don't know how you could use modeling to do for an existing house. Anyway, that would be my motion, would be to strike that phrase.
As built and as built dwelling unit, or no, and as built.
Right.
Okay. And as built dwelling unit. Okay, that's a motion. Do we have a second?
Sure, I'll second. Tom.
Okay, we have a second from Tom. Let's speak for and against the motion, which is to strike the word and as built dwelling unit. Larry.
Yeah, usually the as-built drawings is if they differ from what you originally started with, and then you make those corrections as you're going along. And I could see it being on an existing building or an old building. I mean, a new building. I mean, I could see more as-builts being done on an old building than a new building, because you got the architect that goes out there and he sees, well, this, we're going to do this, but then you get the walls opened up and, oh no, we got to change this stuff. And so those would be all as-built drawings. Thanks.
Thanks, Larry. Kevin.
My comment on that is the models I've done for code, they're done in the design phase, permit phase, and there isn't a requirement for a second, a revised model be submitted at the as-built. I don't know of any requirement for that in code other than that the building inspector is supposed to enforce what's in the model.
Kevin.
Yeah, thank you, Shell. I think I agree with Dwayne here that the proposed design would include any as-built conditions. So I don't know why that's spelled out especially.
Thanks, Kevin. Jonathan.
There are provisions to do low load calculations, and there are also provisions for doing modeling in Chapter 5 for sure. I think it's 110% of the energy use you're considered compliant. So there are procedures that are being used in the existing pathway for modeling.
Thanks, Jonathan. I'm also seeing in R405.5.4.2, number 6, the certificate, the final confirmed certificate indicating compliance based on inspection, and that uses the word as-built compliant, showing that the as-built building complies with section R405.2. So that was an IECC add. So it's referenced possibly later as not just a proposed model that was permitted, but an as-built model that's permitted. So I think it does have some functional purpose in section R405.
Okay, I withdraw the motion. One trivia piece there, Krista, in the middle of that paragraph, it says standard 90.1, and there definitely needs to be a comma there because they're trying to refer to the Washington State Energy Code.
No,
appendix.
I disagree. Appendix CA is the Washington State Energy Code Appendix A. This Appendix A is the Appendix A for Standard 90.1.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Okay, Julie.
As it relates to passive house, FIAS will require you to do as-built changes to the model to show compliance. We've had that instance in a couple cases where we couldn't get certain insulations because plants went on strike and things like that. So if you're doing the passive house pathway, that would apply.
Thanks, Julie. Jonathan.
Yeah, she's very correct. The ERI process is kind of based in this too. And so in the ERI process, they're supposed to do an initial report, give it to the jurisdiction with a bunch of checklist items. If that person performing the ERI is specialized and has a certificate to perform the inspections, they could do the inspections instead. But then they would have to give them a report of the inspection, and they would have to, and no matter which way it goes, at the end, if they do the inspection, they have to provide the modified report at the end proving compliance.
Okay. All right. Well, let's move on. If we can button up R405. Larry.
I think this would probably be a code change, but I would like to see high mass floors. In our buildings, we use high mass floors with the tube in there. And our air conditioning beats anybody's because we run the water through a exchanger from when they're sprinkling, and we store all the energy required for the day in the floor, and we're not using any energy during the day, and we're keeping it plenty cool. And we just blow you out of the water with our air conditioning system.
Yeah, that sounds like a code change proposal, Larry. Thank you.
So there's a couple places here where they talk about the proposed design being the measured air leakage rate or the measured mechanical the measured mechanical ventilation rate. But when you're doing the model, when you're designing a building, you don't have a measured rate. So you can't, that doesn't make any sense.
Jonathan.
I don't know what the footnote there is referring to, but I do want to make a general statement now that we're in this section. There is a software that a lot of the raters are using called Ecotrope software that's utilized the Washington State pathway to this. And when we used our last code cycles with heat pumps for everybody, we didn't readjust this section to make it compliant and equal to the rest of the sections. I would recommend that we do so, especially if you're going to try to adopt an ERI index. These softwares that have built Washington State pathways into them are having difficulties complying because this pathway in particular is way more stringent than the rest.
Thanks, Jonathan. Larry.
If you're doing enough of these, you know what kind of air rates you're going to get by what you do. And you should be able to program that in. I mean, we get really, really low air rates when we go around every stud with caulking and caulk everything in, and you get really low air rates. I mean, and you buy a case of caulking, it's probably the best money spent. Okay. And you should be able to plug all those numbers in if you're doing any of this much of it. Thanks.
It says measured air rate. So they want somehow the person who's doing the modeling before the permit has even been applied for to magically know what the measured leakage rate is going to be.
Yeah, you can do that, Dwayne. I mean, in my software, it asks what the measured air rate is going to be achieved, and I can give you 5 different air change rates for that one building, and we have it detailed what we're going to get by what we're going to do. How much sealing we're going to do is going to give you the tighter the rate, you know, and when you do enough of that, you know where you can hit. Thanks.
Thanks, Larry. I guess I see the same issue that Dwayne does, which is it says the measured one. And if you're sending in a design for a permit, you could have an estimated or a measured from another building that's similar, but you can't have the measured one for the actual building. So if there was a third column that said as built, you could do that there. I guess right now it's incorrect, but I think we could accept code change proposals to change it to something better, or we could just remove that and go as proposed for.
That would be my motion to go back to as proposed for those 2 places where it says measured.
Okay, we have a motion to go to as proposed for the
for the leakage rate and the mechanical ventilation rate.
For the air leakage rate and the mechanical ventilation rate. So that's the motion. Is there a second?
Second, this is Gavin.
Thanks, Gavin. Okay, let's discuss it. Jonathan.
My apologies. I did not reduce my hand.
Okay, Kevin.
There's the button. Thanks, y'all. I'm wondering, I see what folks are saying about the measured air leakage rate, and I think I'm wondering if we're taking that too literally. And perhaps this is a question to Larry. Is that just the term of art for the rate that will be measured later? That is, some codes say you have to have 3.0, forget
Air
all the
changes.
units. Yeah, and so I don't think the proposed design is saying, well, you got to go measure it. It's like, no. This is the number you're going to hit, or you intend to hit later.
Which I would
that make
say,
sense?
Kevin, is the same as proposed.
Right.
Well, but as proposed is not specific. I'm wondering if that's a term of art for you shall hit a particular number. Maybe as proposed works. I don't know. Just a question.
Well, in order to get these credits, you have to go out there and do the blower door test on the house to make sure you're in with those numbers. And if you aren't in there, then you go back and tighten it up some more. Okay. And I think the code says you have 3 times to get there. You have to try 3 times. And but we've never had to go past the first time.
Yep.
Because when you build it, you ensure that you're doing what you should be doing. Thanks.
Yep. All right. Let's talk specifically about the as proposed language versus the other language. And then we'll vote on it. Tom.
Yeah, I guess this is a question. This is the modeling section of the code. And is there someplace else where it requires a as-built model be revised, resubmitted? Because I haven't seen that be the practice in the current modeling system. I mean, and not that I'm not for it. I mean, it's all part of ratings and passive house, et cetera. But it seems like if this section doesn't require resubmission of an as-built model, then I don't see why we'd have all that language about as tested or as measured. Most of the modeling system now is that the modeler provides the report and it's reviewed in plan check, and then the report includes what R values, what air leakage rates are expected, and then the builder and the inspector are required to create that. But so I guess that's my question: is this section designed to require a revised as-built report to be resubmitted?
Per R405.5.4.2 compliance report for certificate of occupancy, you are supposed to, number 6 under there, a final confirmed certificate indicating compliance based on inspection, and the statement indicating that as-built building complies with section R405.2.
And the 0.5 or item 5 too says the same thing.
R405.2, yeah, correct. So
item 5.
But it doesn't say you have to rerun the model.
It does in item 5.
yes, it
Item
does.
5.
It
Item
asks you to
it's
replace.
R405.5.4.2. You're supposed to rerun the model based on your as-built conditions.
At least that's proposed new language.
So the scroll down a little bit. Oh yeah, yeah. It's for certificate of occupancy, that one. R405.5.4.2. Number 5, you're supposed to rerun the model. Number 6, you're supposed to
Okay.
the as-built building.
Okay, well then that all makes sense. The measured air leakage makes sense because we're requiring an as-built model report.
So you'd put it in. The thing is that you when you submit the model to start with, you don't have that, so you'd have to put in something else.
No.
And then
you put in a measured at that point because you don't have the measured for that specific building.
Maybe it should say as proposed for permit application, and then as measured for compliance with section whatever it was.
There you go.
Okay, that sounds like
A revised code change proposal.
a code change proposal. I think we have a motion, which is to go back to as proposed for those two sections, and I think that would be fine to do, and then we can accept a code change proposal. I'd like to vote on it very soon. Any more comments for or against? Go ahead, Tom. Okay, Jonathan? Greg?
Yeah, so I was just gonna neither saying for and against, but merely just want to point out that people don't use the performance path for residential. They use it for commercial, and it's because it's too onerous. And so anything we do to make it even more onerous means we really don't want people to use this pathway. So just recognizing that point. So if they have to run models twice, there's less motivation to do it.
We've had testimony that some people do use this path. We've had testimony that nobody uses it, and we've had testimony that some people use it. So it's somewhere probably in the middle. Kevin?
Just wanted to point out that the point of measurement is to verify that the model was modeled correctly. This path needs to be more onerous in that regard.
Thanks, Kevin. Jonathan?
Yeah, just to help out from the hotline for some perspective for you folks, I've at least in the last 3 months have received 9 questions on the performance path of people actually utilizing it, getting reports sent to me to see if they're approved. The jurisdictions don't have really great guidance on this as it is newer for them, and the experience just isn't there, but this pathway is being utilized currently.
Thanks, Jonathan. Tom?
Well, I'll table that because this discussion of whether the pathway is used doesn't seem like it's part of this motion.
Okay.
But
all right, the motion is to use as proposed instead of the IECC language for both air leakage rate and mechanical ventilation rate. All in favor of the motion say yes.
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 Any opposed say no.
No.
Okay, I heard one no. All right, so motion passes. That's the way it's going to be, and a code change proposal is probably forthcoming. All right, let's keep on going. Jonathan, you have your hand up.
My apologies. I'll get better up at it.
No worries.
And thank you, Jonathan, for pointing out that you've got 9 questions. Just because from what I heard from authorities having jurisdiction was different. So it's nice to hear that there's some people using it.
Well, yeah, and these aren't just like 9 small builders. These are some of the top 5 in the country. So in different jurisdictions. So we're not talking just one model for one house. We're talking one model for like 300 or 400 houses in a development.
Well, thank you for enlightening me.
Dwayne, do you have something?
No, we're gonna, since there's a code change proposal around this, we can keep going.
Okay.
Kevin Rose with Northwest Energy Efficiency Alliance. If you could scroll up just a little bit here to this duct location thermal distribution system section. I wanted to flag this as along with, I think that it's in this draft, similar changes related to heating equipment efficiency. These are some pretty significant changes that were made in the 2024 IECC. They were paired with changes to the multiplier that you use to determine whether or not your model is efficient enough. So there was an attempt to allow equipment trade-offs and location of duct efficiency to be counted in the performance path, with the thresholds that the model needs to achieve being reduced to recognize the fact that you're gaining additional credit that you weren't allowed to gain before. There's a lot of different opinions about whether those changes in the 2024 IACC, which are included, proposed here in this draft, achieve that goal. You might look to the 2024 IACC efficiency analysis technical support document put forward by PNNL. That analysis focuses on the prescriptive path, but they do mention about the performance path. They do talk about this section and say that while it's, there's a lot of things going on, I'll quote their analysis that says, what is clear is the use of federal minimum efficiency for the standard reference design HVAC, SWH systems, and the specified duct locations allows a proposed design to trade high efficiency equipment and short lifespans with the envelope efficiency measures that can last the life of the building. So this is something that I wanted to call attention to, without a corresponding decrease or tightening of the thresholds that models need to achieve. This would be a rollback, a reduction in efficiency to carry forward these changes in the 2024 IACC.
So are you recommending striking this?
Well, you would have to not just strike it, but put in something to give the modeler, guidance on what to put in their model. But one thing that you could do is to go back to the preceding language.
That sounds like a motion.
So we could, the option would be to go back to the language we had, right? This is what I'm hearing. Is anyone interested in that motion?
Well, if this is a rollback, then we should go back to the existing language and let somebody propose this, but with different factors to make it not be a rollback.
Yep.
So I would make such a motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
This is Greg. I'll second it.
Thanks, Greg. Okay, we have a motion and a second to remove the IECC strikeouts. So that would be going back to the 2021 language here. Is there further discussion on this motion? So I'm gonna let Krista finish this just so we all understand what the motion is on the screen in front of us. Okay, Jonathan.
So you have two factors here that's going to determine whether or not you pass or not in the code, right? This is telling you how to set up your home, as we call it in the modeling world. This is a UDRH, or user-defined reference home. And in the 2021 code, there's still a lot of that heat pump water heating requirement and things like that. That's into this baseline modeling procedure. And then there's the percentage categories above code that you have to meet in the model. I would recommend that they do the math to make sure that this pathway aligns with the other pathways. I'm just reiterating that again because it's a bit not equal at the moment in the pathways in 2021.
And Jonathan, just to be clear, are you advocating that the kind of the percentage below the reference design is aligned with the rest of the pathways?
Correct. So after you get done figuring out what you want done for your user-defined baseline, you should then go back and adjust that percentage to make sure all the pathways are equal.
Yep. I think that's something that the tag will do once we have code proposals and figure out what all the other pathways are. So yeah, definitely. Patrick.
Because it didn't happen this last code cycle is why I'm bringing it up. And that's been one of the hiccups in the process.
Okay. Patrick.
Yes, to the motion, I don't quite understand how this is different in stringency from the 2021 code. This feels like a situation where we should go with the model code and then allow proposals to come in. It sounds like there's multiple issues at hand here that need to be looked at, but using the model code language, highlighting it in the significant changes report, and then receiving several proposals to look at.
Thanks, Patrick. Okay, we have a motion, which is to use the 2021 language for the baseline and not to advance the 2024 IECC language into the integrated draft. That's the motion. Kevin.
Yeah, thank you. There was concern expressed that the IECC language was a rollback. I didn't quite capture where that sits.
Dwayne, do you want to respond? Or Kevin?
Yeah, I'd rather Kevin went for that.
Yeah.
Oh,
This Kevin?
Okay. Kevin, yes. Kevin Rose.
All right. Yeah, I'll try my best, though it's complicated. So there's a lot of things going on in this table, including like a sub table on duct location. This is basically specifying, unlike in the past, where your duct location in your model would match what your proposed design is. This is basically creating different scenarios that defines, where your ducts would be for certain construction types. A concern that has been raised about that is that for the folks who would be already locating their ducts within condition space or partially within condition space, that there could be potential free ridership, and that just overall, these percentages are somewhat arbitrary. So the concern is that the modeled efficiency would be improved through a free ridership effect, and without any change to the thresholds of how much better than the standard reference design you need to be that appear earlier in this section. This would pose to decrease energy efficiency compared to not making this change. This effect is clearer, actually not for this duct system, duct location area, but if you scroll up a little bit more, I think I just missed it as you a little bit more than that. If we go to the heating, so still further. Okay, it's not adopted in here. So yeah, so just for the duct system location, the concern is that models are receiving additional efficiency, the benefit of additional efficiency without tightening up the stringency threshold. Sorry, that took a while to get through.
I appreciate that. And I guess it appears to me it's being very prescriptive in the modeling path, in a way of saying. So, cool, thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. All right, so the motion is to use the 2021 Washington State Energy Code residential language and not the IECC 2024 language. Let's accept comments on that. Larry?
The one thing I noticed is the thermostat part of that chart. I thought you had to have a thermostat that was programmable with setbacks. And in here it says type manual, cooling, and heating. So I didn't think that was allowed anymore. I didn't think you could use a manual thermostat anymore in the state. So I got questions about that because I haven't sold a manual thermostat other than something for a fireplace that I can't get one, but everything else is all programmable with setbacks. And I thought that was in the code, but it looks like to me it's not. So I thought that was what we were doing. And that's usually what the inspector looks for is, do you got a programmable thermostat? Thanks.
Thanks, Larry. Yeah, I think that speaks to our code might be different than the IECC and maybe requires those programmable thermostats. So we're used to it. It's business as usual here. Greg.
Two quick things here. This is getting pretty complex and I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around everything. I'm wondering if this looks more like a code change proposal than changing the language today. And then second thing is I have a meeting coming at 1:30 here, so I need to jump off in the next minute.
Yep. Thanks, Greg. And I think the simplest and easiest thing to do is just use the 2021 Washington State Energy Code language because we know it is consistent with what the council has passed in the past. So I think that is the simple solution, which is the motion we're going to vote on very soon. We have one more minute. I would love to get through R405 today. So could I have a motion to extend the meeting for 10 minutes?
Motion to extend for 10 minutes.
I'll second that.
Okay. All right. All in favor of the motion to extend for 10 minutes, say yes.
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 Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, I heard one no. Motion passes. We have 10 more minutes. We're going to vote on this motion very soon, Larry.
But Shell, it's in our code now. It's in our 21 code because I've got all three books here. And it's on RE-43. It says manual right there. So that's where I'm really bringing this question up. See, so why does it say manual? I think it should say programmable. But thanks.
Okay, thanks, Larry. Tom.
Yeah, I mean, my overall comment is when I've looked at this modeling path, the fact that it says you have to achieve 47% of the standard reference design, and the standard reference design is essentially pretty close to the other paths. It seems like this path is not very useful because it's so much more stringent. But I'll need to talk to Jonathan about that, I guess. But I'm suggesting that I'm agreeing with him that needs to be analyzed, what those percentages are. But I think the baseline and reference design are the way they are is fine.
Yeah, that sounds good, Tom. Wade. Wade, you're on mute.
Yeah, I have a hard stop 1:30. I'll be signing out.
Okay. All right. Well, let's vote on this thing. The motion is to continue the Washington State 2021 language and not include the IECC 2024 language for this. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Those
Aye.
opposed, say no.
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 Okay, let's do a roll call vote for this.
Okay, Julie.
No.
Dwayne Johnlin.
Yes.
Jason.
Abstain.
Albert. Oh, he left at 1. So is Joel Ward? Yeah. Joel, you're up.
Yes.
Gavin.
Yes.
Greg Davenport. Okay, I don't see Greg on. Arena?
Yes.
Kevin Duell?
Yes.
Poppy Storm?
Yes.
Larry Andrews? Larry, you're muted.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, thanks. We heard you.
Rick Blumenthal, are you still here? Ann Anderson? Oh,
No.
okay, Tom?
Yes.
Shane?
Yes.
Let's see, Luke is gone. Greg Johnson
Yes.
and Deepa.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-2 with 1 abstention.
Okay, motion carries. Let's see if we can round out R405 this afternoon.
Okay, and as part of that motion, I also removed the 2 related footnotes, L and M.
Thank you. Howard or Luke.
Hey, yeah, I just want to let you know I'm back.
Oh, you're back. Okay. We just missed an exciting vote.
Of course.
Hello.
Someone's getting a call. All right. Okay, well, thank you, everybody. I don't see any more hands up. We will convene again. I think we don't have actually that much to discuss. Or rather, we have a big question about R406 versus the IEC thing, IEC version of it. I think maybe there'll be a lot of discussion, but it's really a one or the other decision, a binary decision. And then we have chapter 5, which has a lot of a few changes in it. And then beyond that, it's really just about the references and appendices. So hopefully we won't need to meet for very long, but I see us losing lots of people, so I don't think continuing the meeting would be, we'd be losing a lot of important voices. So thank you all for volunteering your time and spending so much time on this, and we will meet again. Larry.
Yeah, just asking Dwayne, I don't see those references that he talked about that we would come across later in the manual about, you know, the footings and everything else that we talked about early on. Okay. And so I don't see any of that, Dwayne. Can you point me towards that?
I think Dwayne was the one who just got the call.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
You can email him directly, or you could email me and I will connect to you, Larry.
Oh, thanks, Shell.
Yep. Thank you for spending so much of your time and your intelligence on this. And we will see you again very soon. Thanks, everybody. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Thank you, Krista.
Thank you.